Good evening and welcome, members, the public present and anyone watching online on the Council's YouTube channel to this Council meeting of Cambridge City Council. Some housekeeping announcements first. We are not expecting the fire alarm to go off, and if it does, please leave everything and follow the exit signs on the Peasehill side of the building and exit via the Peasehill door and assemble in St Mary's Passage. And for those who aren't aware, Peasehill is that side of the building. Please continue to wear face coverings whilst in the meeting room unless speaking, unless obviously you find it very difficult with the weather and the climate. And today, I have the pleasure of having Steve Campbell and Angie Campbell, my chaplain, to say some words before we commence proceedings. I am aware some people find it difficult if people come along and speak about faith. But Steve's not here to speak about faith. Steve is here to speak about why we were elected as councillors and what our role as councillors is and his observations. But if anyone would like to leave the chamber, then please feel free to do so, and we'll let you know when Steve and Angie have finished their short talk. So if anybody wants to leave, please do take the opportunity. Everybody happy? In that case, then, I'll hand over to our double act tonight, Steve and Andrew.
First of all, thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate this, and thank you for staying in the room. A highly successful businessman was out in his car one day with his wife, and they drove into a garage in order to get fuel. Whilst he was filling up, he then went into the kiosk to pay, and as he looked out, he saw his wife in a very animated and intimate conversation with the forecourt attendant. He wondered who the man was, but didn't say anything, got back in the car and proceeded to drive away. And after a few minutes of awkward silence, he said to his wife, "Who was that man you were speaking with?" And she said to him, "That was an old boyfriend of mine from my youth. And we haven't seen each other for many years, and it was a real pleasure to meet him again." Again, there was silence in the car. And the husband said to her, "I think I know what you're thinking." To which she replied, "Oh, do you?" And he said, "Yeah, you're thinking that you are glad you married a highly successful businessman like me and not that forecourt attendant." And she said, "No, actually, I was thinking that if he'd have married me, he'd have been a highly successful businessman and you'd have been serving on the forecourt." The point of that story is this: we all need others to help us be better. We all need others to help us be better. There's an old poem, you may have heard it, which is called "For Whom the Bells Toil." It says this: "No man is an island entire of itself. Each is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. We need each other. We are connected to each other as fellow human beings. We have a certain conviction, which I wouldn't force on anybody else and cannot force on anybody else. But I think you'll agree with the sentiment behind it. Our conviction is this: that every person is made in the image and likeness of God. Therefore, every person that you meet, there is something God-like about them. Therefore, they are worthy of respect. It should be a universal law. Respect everyone, always. A mother once came to Jesus and asked her if her sons could sit either side of him in the kingdom to come. And the passage records that the other disciples were indignant that this woman, the woman of two other disciples, had come and made this request. We don't know why they were indignant. Was it because they knew Jesus had a special place in his heart for mothers? Or was it because someone had asked the question they wanted to ask? We don't know. But this is what Jesus said to them. He said, Jesus called them together and said, "You know that the rulers of the Gentiles lord it over them, and their high officials exercise authority over them. Not so with you. Instead, whoever wants to become great among you must be your servant, and whoever wants to be first must be your slave. Jesus did not rebuke them for wanting to be great, but rather showed them a better way to greatness through serving, through helping others to get better. And maybe in some small way, you good people in here, the City Council, understand that better than most. Maybe you're a little like Jesus, that you're here to serve, not to be served. Maybe especially those who have no voice and no platform to speak, but you can serve them.
You may or may not know that we represent the C3 Church here in Cambridge, and we hold 3 services every Sunday, and our morning service is actually streamed into prisons around the country. Over 65 prisons receive that service every single week. That's a potential of 73,000 inmates that receive those services through Way Out TV, which is a screen in each individual cell. And you may have seen in the news today, it was reported that inmates were spending 22 hours out of 24 through COVID in their cells. They were locked up for so long, and we had a phone call in their office asking would we be able to put their services through to them throughout COVID, and they carry on every week. I wanted to tell you just a little bit of a story of Daniel, one of the guys who actually watched one of the services. It was New Year's Day, and it was a service that was recorded through here in Cambridge, and it was talking about making a new start, putting the past behind and walking into the future with hope. And Steve actually was preaching, and we put a physical line in the sand and asked people to get up out of their seats and to walk forward and to step physically over this sand as a demonstration of stepping into the new. Well, Daniel was in his cell and watched that service and actually rolled up his towel and stepped over that towel in his prison cell, making a commitment that he wanted something new in his life and a better future. He then began to pray and decided that he wanted to come to Cambridge to see if Cambridge could support him in his new life. He was due to go to Watford, and the next day he actually got his release papers, and it was to come to Cambridge. And he was given a food bank voucher, and that was written for the C3 Centre. He couldn't believe that he was actually going to the church that he'd watched in his prison cell. He came along to get his food. He came along to meet the team there on a Friday hub. We serve food every single Friday. And he's become a volunteer, and he's had support here in Cambridge. People who want to help him and support him. A great city like Cambridge has given him a job, given him accommodation, and given him a fresh start. You know, it says here in Proverbs, one of the verses here, one of my favourites, and really this is the prayer that we have for you today. It says here in Proverbs 24, wise people are builders. They build families, businesses, and communities. And through intelligence and insight, their enterprises are established and endure. Because of their skillful leadership and your skillful leadership, the hearts of the people are filled with the treasures of wisdom and the pleasures of spiritual wealth, whichever way you may see that.
May, just as we conclude, I'd like to pray for you. Let's bow our heads and pray. Lord God, grant wisdom and courage to those who serve here today. May they be builders. And may they do so with an awareness that they are here to serve others. Inspire their hearts, direct their minds, give insight and discernment, we pray. In the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Steve and Angie. I know you can't stop with us for all our meeting, which might go on for quite a long time, so do feel free to move on. And again, thank you for those words of wisdom, respect and serving. And again, appreciate your observations. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to listen to those words. Now we move on to items of our business. And before we start, I just want to say, obviously, we've all done very well over the last few days regards the weather. It feels a little bit cooler, but we know dehydration can creep up upon us. So there is plenty of water outside. If you do need to get the water, do go out and get the water. Right, agenda item 1, confirmation of minutes. May I approve as a correct record the minutes of the meeting of the council held on the 26th of May 2022. A copy of the minutes can be found in the agenda starting on page 13. Silence. No, can everybody say I do? Right. Are we all happy on the other side? Yeah, unanimous. Thank you. Apologies have been received from Councillors Davis, Florbert, McQueen, Moore, Page-Croft, Shield, Smart and Sweeney. Councillors Robertson, McPherson, Sarah Bagent and Anna Smith are participating in the meeting online, and whilst they can contribute to debate, they are unable to take part in any vote. Are there any further apologies? Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Councillor Toil.
I've got some words written out there. Oh,
Councillor Bennett would like to apologise that she's running late.
she's written that. Okay, thank you. I've got a few words written down for me to say, and as my normal thing, I'm not going to follow the words that have been written down for me. It's been an incredible start to the mayoral year and the deputy mayoral year. It's been unbelievable to see people wanting to be back together in community, to join together, to lift one another. And it's been a privilege in a sense that you put me in the position that I could go round and see these organisations and let them know what a fantastic job they're doing. Because there are so many unsung heroes out there in the community. A lot of people always take the headlines and we know what's going on, but there are so many organisations, so many volunteers who are doing such a tremendous amount of work. So thank you for the privilege of giving me this opportunity to encourage those folks and to keep going as well. And I'd just like to say as well, and put on record, the thanks of this council to our fire brigade at this moment in time, who've done an unbelievable job. I mean, we were sat in our houses when it was 40 degrees. You imagine being outside, not just in a shade, but wearing all that full uniform and trying to deal with those fires. And unbelievable. So we could record our thanks to the fire brigade, that would be appreciated. A couple of engagements that are coming up. The Mayor's Day Out. Members are already aware that the annual Mayor's Day Out to Great Yarmouth takes place on Tuesday, the 16th of August. Again, we haven't been able to do this because of COVID, so hopefully this year is going to be a fantastic restart. If you are interested in volunteering your services to assist on this day, but have not yet let the organisers know, please can you let Penny MacDonald know by the end of the week? It would be very much appreciated. The Harvest Festival Civic Service. This will take place on Sunday the 2nd of October at 10 a.m. at Great St Mary's Church. Details for this event will be emailed at the beginning of September the 1st. And I sincerely would greatly value the attendance of members at this civic occasion. It's where we can be seen by the public, that we don't just hide in a council chamber. We're there for people to see what can be done as well. So again, if you could look at your diaries and look at the 2nd of October, that would be great. And then some very sad news that most people are now aware of. Our former councillor, Michael Bond. I'm sorry to announce the passing of the former East Chesterton City Councillor, Michael Bond. Michael was a regular attendee at North Area Committee for many years prior to being elected, and he was a well-known community figure in Chesterton, and details of the funeral will be passed on to members when known. So would members join me in a moment of reflection for Michael? If we could stand, that would be appreciated. Now we move on to declarations of interest. I would like to ask members to declare now any interest in the items on the agenda before us today. Members are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs to them during the debates. Are there any declarations of interest? Councillor David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At various times during the evening, there might be reference to Cambridge Investment Partnership, which is to notify you I'm a member board of the Cambridge Investment Partnership. That is Jerry Bird.
Yeah. I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign. Around. Councillor Bird.
Yes, I'm the same as Councillor Davey, member of KIP.
Thank you. Councillor Nissinger.
I think I should probably declare an interest on the land acquisition item that's coming later.
Okay. Yes, good.
I'm a City Council representative on a Cam Conservancy. And there's a river issue.
Any further interest? And as I've said, throughout the evening, we can declare. Thank you. The agenda order and speaking times. I'm using my discretion on the Council Procedure Rule 4.2 to alter the agenda order so that item 4D, budget for land acquisition, is taken at the end of the meeting as it is recommended the public be excluded. This will allow the public participation and viewing of the meeting to be an uninterrupted experience. On speaking, could I ask all members to be concise with their contributions and to show respect to their fellow members? And during the meeting, I will ring the bell when the person speaking has half a minute left, and then again when the time has elapsed. So now we move on to item 3, and that is public questions. Under the scheme allowing members of the public to speak at council meetings, each speaker must address their comments to the chair of the relevant committee or the relevant member of the executive. Each question or statement must be limited to 3 minutes, with a further 2 minutes for a supplementary question or a comment on something that has been said. There will be an overall time limit of 30 minutes, including the time taken by responses to the questions. And before I ask Mahoney Goodman to ask the first question, I'd just like to point out to public speakers that we love you attending and asking public questions, but we also realise that sometimes you can be frustrated in the time you have given. So we'd encourage you at any time to speak to the relevant executive councillors and attend further council meetings which are open to the public. So we don't want you to feel that this is the only opportunity you have to state your case. And you would not be limited if you're speaking to the executive councillor. You could have a long conversation with them. You could meet up face to face. But we do appreciate the time coming tonight to ask the question. So could I ask Mahoney Goodman for question 1, please?
Excuse me, but Mahoney couldn't make it tonight, and they asked me if I would read the question for them. So the question is, at the 2022 annual meeting, it was stated that Cambridge City Council is absolutely committed to delivery on a site to meet the needs of nomadic gypsies and travellers who currently have no choice but to resort to unauthorised stopping in Cambridge, leading to repeated evictions. This is despite the centuries of historical ties that gypsies and travellers have to Cambridge, such as the much-loved Midsummer Fair. The promise of a site is a significant step forward in this council's commitment to upholding GRT rights. However, vital questions remain unanswered. Is this site intended to provide permanent pitches or temporary stopping places? What progress has been made in setting up the cross-party group promised by Councillor Healy at the annual council meeting? And what steps have been taken by this council to work together with Cambridge County Council and South Cambridgeshire District Council?
Thank you very much. Executive Councillor to respond.
Thank you very much for the question. So you referred to Midsummer Fair, and I think it's a really good opportunity to say what a fantastic event it was this year after the pandemic. And myself and a number of councillors were there along with the mayor. The City Council has worked with the Showman's Guild to ensure that Midsummer Fair was a welcoming event. And our communities team were also there and ran a number of events, including with children, and also an event with children with disabilities, which Councillor Bird initiated when she was mayor, which still continues to this day. This year's event was a huge success and a real testament to this collaborative working. And during the Midsummer Fair period, we had no unauthorised encampments. So now, in relation to the sites, I've made it very clear at the last full council meeting that we are absolutely committed to bringing a site to Cambridge based on need that's identified. And it's important in this context to remember that the purpose, size and scale of any proposed site will be determined by need and demand. At this time, we're still awaiting the findings of the Gypsy and Traveller Housing Needs Assessment findings, which, although it is actually completed now, the data is still being verified, and we await to see this. Once we have this, we can then determine at that point what provision is needed in terms of permanent and transit sites and ensure that this is reflected in our local plan. I've made that very clear that I am committed to bringing the site on. And as I've mentioned previously, I did work for the Traveller movement to have a really strong understanding of these issues, and I authored the first ever report to the UN on these issues, so I have a really strong understanding of them. In relation to a cross-authority and cross-party working groups, there has been really good progress made since I announced this at the last council meeting just a few weeks ago. So we've now set up a cross-authority officer working group, which is in place right now, specifically working on these issues, and which is working collaboratively on options for negotiated stopping and routes for the development of permanent sites, so that we're basically ready to go once we have the data from the Gitana published. That's really important, and it's really important that these issues are being discussed even before we have the Gitana results ready, and I think it represents an important milestone for us in terms of collaborative working for us, and several meetings have taken place already on this. In relation to setting up the cross-party group, I understand we have met with some of the opposition, so I understand we've met with Councillor Bick already, and we'll be in touch with the Greens shortly as well. So we are moving on that, and it's important we have that in place, ready to go, once we have the Gitana findings. So I hope that answers your question, and you've confidence that there is progress being made on these issues. And I'm happy to speak further outside of the meeting today. Thanks.
You a supplementary question?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
We're concerned because basically we don't actually place a lot of faith in the Gitana in terms of identifying the people passing through, because we know that there's a resistance to answering the questions that when unknown officials come onto sites or come onto unauthorized encampments with clipboards, etc., it's not a good relationship, because the Cambridge City Council doesn't actually have any direct links beyond the few officers that deal with the health and education in Cambridge. So they're not actually speaking to the travellers themselves. So throughout all of the 2 years that we've been asking these questions, there doesn't seem to have been any movement forward in terms of identifying where and when such sites are going to be developed. And what concerns us particularly is that with the passage of the police crime sentencing and courts bill, this now becomes a matter of urgency. So we wanted to know, since you do not meet again until October, and the summer period is the time of a lot of movement of travellers through our communities, what plans are you putting in now over the holiday break to avoid causing more distress to this community?
Thank you for being so concise with your questions and keeping within the time. It is very much appreciated. Executive Councillor to reply, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the supplementary question. So as part of the Gitana, we have been, as part of that process, as far as I understand, we have been, out meeting. So it might be like officers in the county council where we have GRT liaison officers. There's been lots of sort of multi-agency involvement in this, and hopefully once we have that data, we'll be able to go from there in terms of identifying a site. But the other thing that I think is really important to say is the Gitana is just a minimum level of need identified. We can decide, we might think there's more need and we might decide that we need more places than what's identified in the Gitana, but it's a starting point and it's important that we have that data in place. In relation to negotiated stopping, as I've already said, we are having those regular meetings now. We have the cross-authority working group and they are specifically looking at options for negotiated stopping. So hopefully by the time we have our next council meeting in October, we'll be able to give you an update on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Now we move on to question 2. Jenny Brightman.
Okay. So this question is, last week the consequences of the Police Crime Sentencing in Courts Act was demonstrated when multiple vans of riot police were sent to evict a group of travellers in Milton Keynes. According to news reports, this came in spite of the known presence of children at the encampment and the fact that it was reported there was little trouble from those residing at the site who left voluntarily. However, 4 vehicles were impounded in this incident, potentially leaving families without homes. Like Milton Keynes, Cambridge has no transit pitches for authorised stopping. Cambridge City Council has stated that it does not intend to bring criminal proceedings under the PCSC Act against those who stop on council land without authorisation, while refusing to commit to a moratorium on evictions in the absence of adequate authorised stopping provisions. As this council stated in its July 2021 motion on the policing bill, no family willingly stops somewhere they are not welcome. So those who stop on council land without authorization do so because they have nowhere else to go. This will continue to be the case once they have been evicted, and there is no guarantee that the landowner of their next encampment will take the same moral stance against prosecution. It is therefore not a matter of if, but when this council's actions will lead to criminal proceedings under the PCSC Act. This does not have to be the case. At the 2022 annual meeting, Councillor Healy expressed a desire that this council explore options for negotiated stopping in Cambridge. It is increasingly clear that this provision cannot come soon enough. So what steps have been taken towards the provision of negotiated stopping in Cambridge? In particular, what progress has been made with regards to working with the Cambridgeshire County Council to provide negotiated stopping on park and ride sites, or working with the churches network to provide negotiated stopping on church land?
Once again, thank you for being so precise with your questions. Councillor Healy, did you reply?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. And apologies, there may be a bit of overlap in relation to the previous answer. So as I mentioned already in the previous question, we do now have a cross-council officer working group in place for the first time, which is working with the other local authorities and the county council, and which is already working on options for negotiated stopping and thinking about sites that might possibly be used for this purpose. And as part of this, initial discussions are already happening around exploring the use of the park and rides. And I know that my counterpart in the county council is also in favour of this. So those discussions are happening right now at this time. I don't believe that we've had discussion with the churches network yet, but I'll follow up on that. And I'll now hand over to my colleague, Councillor Gilderdale, who leads on our policing relationships, and he'll speak in relation to the new criminal provisions in the Policing Act.
You got a supplementary. Oh.
And thank you for your comments. And I think it's really important to say that a year ago at this council, Mairead brought a motion on the policing bill, and our change, and as a council we stood firmly against it when it was going through government, and we're still very proud of that. And of course we completely agree that this is a worrying trajectory for human rights and civil liberties across the country, and we know that this will probably lead to further discrimination of traveller communities who have consistently faced discrimination and racism from both society and from the way that they've been policed historically. So, and as Maria has covered, that the ultimate resolution of these issues will be found in providing sufficient accommodation in permanent stopping sites, and this will only happen by joint working across local services, across councils, across and working with the police as well. So I hope we can reassure you that the work is being undertaken and that the council officers are very focused on this. We now have our cross-party working groups in place, and hopefully we can start looking at options for stopping and ways to develop those permanent sites. We also have dialogue with the police, and especially on these criminal powers under the Policing Act, and they've highlighted to us the high threshold required for criminal powers. So as a result, we believe that this is unlikely to ever be used in Cambridge. Obviously, we can't comment on what happened in Milton Keynes, but this is how we feel here. And it's very clear that from our statement in the council that we as a council will not be bringing criminal proceedings under the Police and Crime Sentencing Act against those who would stop on council land without authorisation. And personally, since I've become the Executive Councillor for Community Safety, I've also spoken with the police and brought this up myself with the police, making them aware of our position at the council and how strongly residents like you all feel about this new policing powers following the bill. So I hope you're reassured by that. Yesterday, I also brought this up with the Police and Crime Commissioner, Darryl Preston, who also committed to coming to meet the councils, to meet GRT representatives and to meet with the community if that's what they wanted as well. So I do hope that this is reassuring. We do passionately care for the most marginalised here, and we have been working really hard as a council to provide support for the GRT community. And I'm really, really happy to continue working and having an open relationship about this, because as I've said, this is community, cross-party, cross-authority working, and that's what's going to be essential to get this in place. This isn't about policies, this isn't about party policies, this is about doing what's best for our residents and best for those who are the most marginalised in the city. So thank you for bringing that question today.
Supplementary question?
Yes, of course we know that nationally the police were totally opposed to the police bill, Crimes Sentencing and Courts Act, yet despite that it passed through Parliament with little opposition. And certainly no changes, as far as I'm aware, to the particular statutes affecting gypsies and travellers. So, you know, I mean, saying that the police are, you know, not going to act differently, you know, well, the question is, will they disobey the law? And they already had the right, you know, if travellers refused to move on after getting Section 77 notices, they had the right and did not move on, then they could be arrested. So that was in the old law. So, you know, the new law now makes it criminal even to stop, you know. So this is a much more serious situation. But still trying to get you to pin down what you are going to do over this next period of time when, you know, this is the time when most travellers come through our county for work. And, you know, to sort of say, I hope you'll have something to say to me in October is perhaps not really acceptable.
Thank you very much for, shall we say, keep reminding us about what we say we're going to do and when we're doing it. But could I just say maybe a few words of encouragement? Don't wait till October, in a sense. You know the two councillors now who are taking this up. Do speak to them any time before October, so you know exactly where we're up to. And in a sense, that will help when you come in October with the questions then that need to be refreshed and brought to our mind. So I would encourage you to say, yeah, speak to the executive councillors, keep prompting us on what needs to be done. It's frustrating for all of us to work through all this, shall we say, the paperwork and the committees and everything else. I think we all want to achieve the same end, and I thank you for coming and say, being precise with your questions and factual. But like I say, do keep in contact with our executive councillors and make sure, like I say, come October, we've got answers that you're looking towards. Thank you. Question 3, Fergal Anna.
I come on behalf of Cambridge ECU and the Justice for College Supervisors campaign to discuss the payment for those who teach the undergraduates at the University of Cambridge, which is organised actually through the collegiate system what we're focusing on. And the council here is a living wage accredited employer, but only 1 out of the 31 constituent colleges at the University of Cambridge are. But we believe that beyond this, many of them are underpaying people who provide the undergraduate supervisions, and that can be below the living minimum wage. So for our calculations, it takes about 2 hours and 20 minutes of prep time for 1 hour of contact for your work to be worth below the living wage. And a UCU survey about 3 years ago suggested that a significant proportion of supervisors within Cambridge for the undergraduates have and do prepare for that length of time. So I want to ask, what actions has the council taken in the past 3 years to investigate below minimum wage paid by the colleges, and what actions will it take going forward?
Thank you. Executive Councillor replying, Alice. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Fergal, for bringing this issue up today. It's really important that we hear what's going on in the colleges and that you've brought this to everyone's attention. I'm glad that you've joined us today for this. So obviously, as a council, we are accredited with the living wage and we support the living wage, and we have spoken out on multiple times on the living wage, and we will continue to. We want to make Cambridge a living wage place where every organisation and business pays a living wage, but not just that. I mean, it's an incredibly expensive city, and we're facing the cost of living crisis where young people are having to fork out about 50% of their pay to pay for rent, and you've got travel, you've got a lot of young people with children, and I know a lot of college employees have families that they're trying to support as well. So completely understand where you're coming from and sympathise with how difficult it must be when the college and university structures are not there to support you. So as a Labour Party, and I know the council as well has spoken out on behalf of the council to campaign for the living wage. We've spoken with the colleges as well over the years. As you know, we've come and spoken at rallies. I know that Daniel Zeichner, the MP, has also spoken out on this issue as well and been supportive of your campaign. And I want to reassure you that that will continue. It is shocking that in a city like Cambridge, which is with the richest university in Europe, there are still staff paid under a living wage, and that despite the evidence that you've really clearly put together and presented, that there are still college employees without contracts, without paid parental leave, without sick leave, without job security. That's tragic, and it's really something that I look up to you for standing up to, and hope we can support you. But this isn't a fight you're fighting on your own as well. There are other employees in the university who are facing similar hardships. So a couple of years ago, colleges were making redundancies in the pandemic. The university last year announced it was outsourcing its maintenance team. And this all impacts the lowest paid across the university and the lowest paid in our city. So here at the council, we would like to extend our solidarity to UCU staff fighting for fair pay in the city. And I know that the university's Unite branch is currently building a campaign for a 20% pay rise. And of course, we'll also be standing shoulder to shoulder with those workers as well. Just going on to the specifics of your question in terms of the living wage, since I've become the exec, I've already spoken with a couple of colleges about the living wage. I've spoken to Homerton about what they're doing and encouraging them to accredit. We've also got a lot of work that we're coming up as we're coming up to September. The Living Wage Foundation is announcing their living wage amounts early as a result of the cost of living crisis. So we're hoping to do some work around then, trying to encourage employers to raise those rates as soon as possible, in line with the difficulties that a lot of people are going to face over the autumn. So there's a lot that we're doing, and I'd really like to encourage as many people as possible to get involved with the Living Wage campaign. There's an active local campaign as well, and I think we've had good working relations with them as well, between the council and local groups. So yeah, I'd just like to say thank you again for coming, and we also, as I've said, we don't just want people to pay a living wage, we want fair wages, we want to fight for unionisation, we want union recognition, we need fair working hours and workplace rights, but the real living wage is a really good place to start, and I hope that everyone comes out and supports you in the future. So thank you.
Fergal, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, just a reasonable one regarding rates of inflation and living wage. So the rate of inflation believes to sit around double digits now, and the colleges have kindly offered us a pay rise of 4.5%, which is a real terms pay cut, to put it plainly. And if we've been below inflation since about 2009, we are £5 poorer than we would be per one contact hour. And I'm wondering, the living wage, do we know what their inflationary rise is going to be, as a figure that maybe we could use for our own campaigning?
We don't know until it's announced, but I know that it's announced in late September, and it's based on the basket of goods that is calculated by an external organisation. So I'm very happy to put you in touch, or to work with you to try and get all the information that goes into that calculation, and try and see whether we can present that to university as well, because I think that's a really, really good case, and solidarity again.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of public questions. I'd just like to say thank you very much to the questioners who came along tonight. Thank you for showing respect to the rules and keeping within the time limits. And like I say, you know the executive councillors are now to speak to, so don't wait until we have a council meeting. Do speak in between time as well. And once again, thank you very much indeed. Now we move on to what we've all been waiting for. Item 4, to consider the recommendations of the executive for adoption. We now turn to agenda item 4A on pages 51 to 74, recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Housing concerning the Housing Revenue Account, HRA, Out-Term Report 2021-2022. Does Councillor Bird wish to introduce this item?
Yes, Mayor, please.
We have 5 minutes.
As you'll see on page 51, this was when we had our Housing Scrutiny Committee on the 21st of June, and it was passed that the Housing Scrutiny Committee were happy, well, 6 were, and 3 abstentions. So today I'm bringing through to you the underspend that we want to take forward. So aspects being considered by the council are the Housing Capital Programme Out-Term, with a request to the council to approve the capital carry forwards. Capital budget for 21-22 was just under 62 million. 38 million was spent. That was a positive when you recognise the impacts of COVID, labour, materials shortages, tenants' refusal access to their homes. 22 million of the underspend is requested as a carry forward into 23-24. New build was underspent by 11 million and was a result of the planning delays, materials, labour shortages, COVID impact in the workforce and delays in securing vacant possession of some of the redevelopment sites. We are always very optimistic when setting out the budget and allow for expenditure to be incurred at the earliest possible point so that we have the relevant budget approval in place in case anything goes without issues. The reality on all new build sites is that here will be the challenges once you begin. So we recognise that we will need to rephase. Decent homes and spend on existing housing stock was underspent by 8.75 million due to the impacts of COVID, labour, material shortages, tenants' refusal access to their homes, and the carry forward request here is just over 8 million. Spread across the next 2 years to allow and identify works to homes. Spending the work over 2 years will help contractors identify the required capacity to deliver this. We're going to speak to Lynn about how she is tackling the no access issues, which I've done. So the HRH is the budget set aside for two things: buying 14 homes for rough sleepers and some grant for the HOE England towards this, and buying any properties on the open market that might help us with the land assembly for future developments. We completed on 9 of the rough sleeper homes and have 5 to acquire in 22-23, with 2 of those now completed since April. In respect of the market acquisition for development, this expenditure occurs only when a suitable property is identified and rephrasing of the budget is anticipated. Overspend is just the rephasing of at least 138k to complete the orchard project. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Is there any debate? Councillor Pora and Councillor Howard have 5 minutes in the debate. All of the councillors will have up to 3 minutes. And after any debate, Councillor Bird is the executive councillor, has the right of reply. Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I'll be 5 minutes. So I just won't take up too much time as it's a long agenda, but I just wanted to confirm why our group will abstain on this item as we did at housing scrutiny, and repeat briefly the reasons that Councillor Lee and myself raised at HSC. For us, the underspend is now persistent and ongoing, and it was present well before COVID when I was on housing scrutiny 4 cycles ago, and it's impacting service delivery. We don't feel this is acceptable to just keep carrying it forward without a plan to deal with it. Even if every tenant agrees to immediate repairs, I can't see any way that our excellent workforce could undertake the massive volume of work needed to spend all this money in the next financial year or 2 without more resource for them. And there's nothing about this in here. Last year in COVID, the underspend in repairs and maintenance was 1 million. Now it's 1.2 million. That can't be right, and we do need to change something. It also concerns me greatly that given that we have this money in our budget, the ruling group could have been much more ambitious in expanding the retrofitting programme or committing to fully passive house or equivalent standards in new builds. We do very much welcome the move to key worker housing, something the Liberal Democrats have been arguing for many years, as you know, as well as the council house development that will take place in our future. But at the moment, what seems to be happening is the underspends in existing stock is ending up with a 2-tier system with more money for new builds. Obviously, we all want new builds, but this cannot be at the expense of our existing tenants. And we know that there are many council tenants in my ward and across the city who need repairs and who don't want to end up watching their house or flat deteriorate and their bills rise with poor insulation left in place, overheating in the summer, as we've all experienced in the last few days. I welcome Councillor Bird mentioning that she is pushing forward with the housing team on a clearer policy on refusals and the difference between a refusal and someone who's just out, so that we can help find ways to access tenants' properties at a time convenient for them. That's great. However, I would urge the Executive Councillor, when she responds later, to explain to the Council what plans are to catch up on this underspend and why there is no provision for this resource to do that in front of us today. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor, you want to speak now?
I'd like to add to Councillor Porter's points about why at least myself will also be abstaining on this, and that is primarily because why not redirect that underspend into more ambitious retrofit? And that's not necessarily full retrofit, but partial retrofit, or even rather than, for example, the whole of that money, if I've done my sums right, all of that underspend theoretically into the full retrofit would be multiplying the current rate of full retrofit in the city by 10, or multiplying it by hundreds or even thousands if it was partial retrofit, if it was spread across many more homes, either via the social housing, or via incentive schemes to incentivise private landlords to better insulate their homes. I don't need to tell the Chamber what's happened this week. 40 degrees C. Insulation also helps with heat. We know that whether it's hot, whether it's cold, we need to insulate our housing. I cannot see how the Chamber could continue to support not doing that at a reasonable and effective rate. So that's why I'll be abstaining on this.
Thank you. Councillor Herbert.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure the opposition has actually looked into this in any great detail, Mayor. We've just been through 2 years of COVID, a time when our operations we're talking about on page 68, and I'm sure Councillor Bird will add to this. We've got a delay of a bit over 10 million on the new build. We can't just sort of move that money about. We're in the process of building over 500 council homes, and despite the challenges and unhappiness of the opposition, we were able to secure from government 70 million, and we were able to get a programme from nowhere to starting 500 homes in 4 years. Now, if you look at how other local authorities have done on this around the country, apart from London, which had the feather bedding of getting a top slice of nearly £2 billion, no other council I know has done that. Now, on new build, we've had all sorts of issues. Brexit, which is a word that some in my own party should start referring to, challenging more in Parliament, has lost us a whole range of workers in the city and has blocked the supply of a whole range of building materials. So on the new build programme, I'm confident that that will be caught up. Now, then we come on to the other issue, which, again, I don't know where the opposition councillors have been when they've been looking at their screens whilst locked in rooms when they've been following COVID guidance, but it simply wasn't possible. I went and talked to quite a lot of people in the election time, and I came across quite a lot of our hard-working staff actually in work, in people's premises, but it was really, really difficult. So when you look at that other amount of money, and it is a chunk of money, £8 million, that is still being committed by a Labour Council to tenants. Now, if we were to just shift that £8 million, and yes, Councillor, we could do a bit more retrofit, but to bringing a large number of properties up to C, what we've concluded is that unless we get actually a substantial sum of government money, Mayor, it's not in a position. So we need to hold this money for tenant repairs because they've paid their rent and they're entitled to the repairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really to build on what Councillor Herbert's just said. I think for once I would argue that the devil here is very much in the detail. If you look at page 69 through to 71, you'll see quite clearly what it is the money is allocated for. I'm sure Councillor Poore is not suggesting we stop that money and move it somewhere else. I'm sure that's not quite what the plan is here. What I think they're saying is that given the exceptional circumstances that have taken place over the course of the last 2 years, there is inevitably delays. And what we must do here is to make sure that that commitment to rebuild, to make sure, carries on. I think what we're saying is that the detail here tells you why the underspend is there and why we need to carry that forward. In terms of retrofit, I think it's very good points about how we can adapt and move forward with retrofit. I think there is already an ambitious programme underway. That doesn't mean to say we're not looking at other things. Councillor Bird and I attended a KIT board meeting this week whereby they started to look at the potential for how we can use all sorts of innovative activities to actually build upon the retrofitting process. It's not that we're ignoring it, it will come back. And it's about how we build on that process. And in the meantime, I would urge you to agree to support the carry forwards. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Thornborough.
I don't know if you've actually tried to get a builder recently. It's very difficult. And during the pandemic, there was not much building going on, and a lot of some people managed to save quite a lot of money during the pandemic, and they're putting a lot of money into trying to have alterations, retrofitting. Retrofitting skills are very different from new build construction skills, and there wasn't really enough of those skilled retrofitters even before the pandemic. As a result of Brexit, the labour force in the construction industry, which was very many were self-employed from Europe, have returned to Europe and they have not come back, and that was made worse during the pandemic. The other thing is the Brexit has caused blockages in the supply chain, but it's been made very, very much worse by COVID. In China, there are still about 150 cities locked down, and that is resulting in supply chains problems across the world, and it is really impacting on the construction industry. I have raised the problems with the construction industry at the Combined Authority. Even before all of this, we needed government money and a commitment to train construction workers in retrofitting. It's complete different skills, different specifications are needed. So we will continue to ask for that. But it is good that the council is optimistic in doing all these new builds and retrofitting. But when you go forward, Executive Councillor Bird, I urge you to really consider the problems that we're facing. I know we have some in-house maintenance and construction staff, and they have built some council homes, and it would be maybe really good to consider more in-house work so that we are more in control about the labour we've got. But the material costs in construction is really problematic. I know someone who wants to put an air source heat pump in their home, and they have to wait 2 years to get the air source heat pump. Bigger contractors have more buying power, so I think they are getting more. But the small companies, smaller project, it is a problem. So we need to be realistic about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't want to encourage speakers. I don't see any more hands up to speak unless I have missed somebody. So in that case, I can go to Councillor Bird, who has the right to reply, but doesn't have to reply. But Councillor Bird, do you wish to reply?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Well, Mayor, sorry. Yes, thank you, everybody. Yes, there has been a problem with all the materials. That is one of the big things. Plus our staff. Trying to get staff is very hard. We are interviewing all the time. and we've managed to get actually a couple of apprentices, so that's great. Contractors, of course, everybody wants the contractors to come and do work for them, so we are working very hard, and I can't thank our staff enough for all what they're doing. And for the access to get into these properties, they are doing their best for that. And also over the winter, well, just before the winter, starting from September, we will be going to council tenants and seeing if they've got any problems before winter comes. Because we know what's going to happen. They're not going to turn their heating on, so their homes are going to get damp and then mould, and then we get other problems as well. So we're going around to our council tenants to check their properties, make sure the windows are sealed, the doors are okay, and anything else we can do to help them. So we are working very hard. So I urge you to support this underspend until 23, 24. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. I will now go to the vote. Please can I see those in favour of the recommendation? $19. And can I see those against? Any abstentions? Nine abstentions. So that has been adopted. Thank you. While we're talking about voting, I do have the right to interject as the Mayor now and again. I have been speaking to Democratic Services because we do have an archaic way of voting in the chamber where we put these hands up. And I have been informed that we now have the technology that we can do it on our microphones. So I'm not going to ask you tonight, should we do that? Because it will go to the leaders of the group to discuss it. But obviously it will give people a chance to have a think about it, to say, in future, should we use the modern technology? Because it will give a printout as well of those who's voted. So when we ask that question time and again, can we have a list of names? Instead of writing it all down, it can be printed out and make things quicker. So I would just ask the leaders of the various groups that maybe when they have a chat next time round, they can consider taking that adoption forward. Thank you for your patience on that. Right, we now move on to agenda item 4B on pages 75 to 97. Recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Finance, Resources and Transformation Annual Treasury Management Outturn Report 2021-2022. Does Councillor Davey wish to introduce this item?
Only in a formal capacity, Mr. Mayor, and obviously happy to take questions and respond accordingly. Thank you.
Is there any debate? Councillor Bennett.
Update on the progress towards decarbonisation of reserves. I know we've had an update in strategy and resources about that, but given the wide interest in this on all sides of the chamber, I'd very much appreciate an update now.
One second, Councillor Davey. Councillor Bigg, do you want to say anything? No. Anybody else want to say anything before Councillor Davey answers that question? Councillor Dryden.
Just reading, I've noticed I probably should have declared an interest on this one, and probably yourself as directors of the Chesterton Community Benefit Society.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. So, thank you, Councillor Dryden. Councillor Davey, you wanted to answer questions. You've got a question to answer.
Yeah. And thank you, Councillor Bennett, for reminding me of our requirement to do this. I'm afraid I can't give the details, so please accept my apologies this evening. I will go back to Caroline Reber, the officer concerned. As you know, we've raised it already, and I'll give you a full update in due course. But my apologies for not being able to answer the question that Councillor Bennett put to me.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Davey, you now have the right to reply if you wish for 3 minutes, or we can move on to the vote.
I'm happy for you to move to the vote, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you ever so much. Right, I will now go to the vote. Please can I see those in favour of the recommendation?
Unanimous, Mr. Mayor. So, 19,
28. 28, yeah. 28. Anybody against? And any abstentions? That one has been carried as well. We now turn to agenda item 4C on pages 99 to 131. Recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Finance, Resources and Transformation concerning the 2021-22 General Fund Revenue and Capital Outturn Carry-Forwards and Significant Variances Report. Does Councillor Davey wish to introduce this item?
Only, again, formally, Mr. Mayor, the one thing I would want to draw attention to is the additional budget identified for horticulture and project delivery funding reserves, as that's slightly different from the norm. And I'd like to make sure people are aware that it's not actually carried forward, it's actually extra funding. Other than that, again, as before, happy to formally introduce, take questions and respond later. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Is there any debate? Yes, I can see the hands up. So, spokespersons Councillor Bick and Bennett have up to 5 minutes each. All of the councillors would have 3 minutes. Councillor Bick.
Mr. Mayor, when I looked at the outturn report, which leads to these recommendations, I was seriously worried about you, Mr. Mayor. You've been the scourge of underspends and slippage of spending against the budget, and you've been known to get very excited about it indeed. And I'm sure it's not appropriate in your capacity as mayor in front of us, but I'm sure you're doing that behind the scenes. At risk of aggravating matters, it's worth noting that last year was a truly epic example of underspending and slippage. The revenue budget was underspent by £12.4 million, or 51%. The capital budget was underspent by 78.7 million, or 77.5% of what was set out to invest. Truly monumental numbers. Now, of course, there are reasons, and members can read those the same as I can. There are always reasons. The reasons are different from year to year, but reasons are absolutely routinely needed because this council ritually underspends. If we neutralise the effect of the provision for COVID-related business rate appeals, which was taken out in 2021, but then reversed in 21-22, we're looking at a council which has underspent by between 7 and 16% of its revenue budget for each of the past 7 years. And over the same period, we're looking at a capital budget which was underspent each and every year with an average of 53% of it underspent and unachieved. The result is too much money sloshing around, not being used for the purpose it was intended. Yet routine pleas of poverty being used as the go-to excuse for anything that hasn't gone right or has not been done. The most recent example is the complaints about the inadequacy of the government's funding support during the pandemic. Now, no one here, I think, holds any brief for the government. If you remember, this complaint was the keynote of both last year's and this year's budget setting process. But actually, when you look at it now, the council still managed to underspend across the 2 years of the pandemic, with hardly a blip in the ongoing trend of underspending that was in place long, long before the pandemic. We're told there is a transformation programme in place, which is intended to reduce the council's spending by £5 million, or round about a quarter of its annual net spending. Reducing the council's spending by a quarter is a very dramatic proposition. When Councillor Davey responds, it would be helpful if he could confirm whether or not this is still the target, or whether I've got that wrong. If it is, I think we can expect jobs to be lost and services to be reduced. Mr. Mayor, the evidence is that through conservative budgeting, and that I mean with a small c about this council, that through conservative budgeting and picking political arguments with the government, this council has been accomplished at crying wolf. There are real dangers of it framing its plans on inaccurate foundations. It's important for the public and all members to know how sure Councillor Davey is that the £5 million ongoing savings from the transformation programme are really needed. His assessment of the danger of cutting back more than is really necessary, which just leaves us continuing to underspend but changes the services we provide irrevocably. Transformation has been identified as a responsibility of a member of the executive since at least 2015, and yet the programme has never quite managed to come through with a blueprint after at least 7 years. So will it this time, and in all of the context, is £5 million of cutbacks really the right target? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. Spot on 5 minutes. And I'd just like to say that in my mayoral role as well, that 12 years ago, I was, shall we say, really learned about how we deal with our underspends as well. So it was a thank you to you when I started 12 years ago that I learnt the term slippage. And I can assure you, it's a term I use with Councillor David and other people regarding slippage. So thank you for all those years ago of reminding us of that wonderful phrase. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I take a very different view to Councillor Bick, and I think it may be of interest to you. Part of this is because I've been a working accountant for so many years, and I cannot adjust to an underspend being a bad thing. I appreciate it's very different in public finance. I am trying, but please be patient with me while I try to adjust. My issue is that, again, I tend to look at not the income we've had in last year, but what income we might have in future years. I am quite anxious about the sources of income we have, not so much the amounts, but also the reliability and the longevity. So my view is almost the opposite to Councillor Bick's, and I would ask Councillor Davey to pass on the information he gave to us at Strategy and Resources and confirm that we are still looking for at least 5 million of additional savings. And the reason why I'm so concerned about that is it's very difficult emotionally to cut services. We know that it's going to cause hardship. The problem is that if you don't cut services early enough, you have to cut a lot deeper and cause much greater hardship and pain. And we've seen that at the County Council, at Peterborough Council and Huntingdon Council. I don't want this council to go the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Again, I don't want to encourage people to put their hands up. Does anybody else want to interject before I go formally to Councillor Davey? Councillor Davey, you have 3 minutes to reply, and that includes answering those questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I feel as though I'm somewhat stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea here. Do I agree with Councillor Bick or Councillor Bennett? And you'll not be surprised to learn that I'm more sympathetic to Councillor Bennett in this particular. Speaking about this, it actually appears to become a debate about transformation rather than actually the budget put in front. I think the one bit that I did notice from Councillor Bick's intervention is about the trend, apparently, we have underspent. I would argue that this demonstrates just put us in a position whereby we're actually able to manage what's happened through COVID, manage the impact of Brexit, and manage the council in an effective and efficient way, and at the same time lead us in a position whereby we as a council can actually look at the long-term impacts of the long-term approach to how we go about managing our finances. I think Councillor Bick is well aware of the reasons why the put together the BSR at that time. Very honestly, we were £7 million light. That's not the situation now, and the allied addition to that is the business rate situation, which I would argue, for circumstances beyond our control. I think, if I'm honest, it demonstrates the wisdom of both my tenure here, but also Richard Robertson's tenure, of approaching our finances in a sensible, wise. In terms of transformation, I think it's important to stress it's not just about finding £5 million. That's the initial target. It's about making sure this council's fit for purpose from 2020. Double impact. To look at it just about finding money would be inappropriate and wrong and a huge disservice to our staff. This is the time now for us to look at how we want our council to be in this time and to use the pressures we're under in an effective and efficient way. That's why we found £3.5 million to invest in a transformation programme that looked at the council as a whole. Our staff, our communities that we serve, our residents. And the final key question which Councillor Bick and Councillor Bennett raised about the £5 million. I'm wary of it being £5 million. I think it'll be higher, to be quite brutally. Year alone, clearly going to be finding more money. We want to be a good council as employers. That means we have to pay our staff properly. It goes back to Councillor Gildale's points earlier. We want to pay them properly and effectively.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. That's the 3 minutes. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
I will now go to the vote. Please can I see those in favour of the recommendations?
Favour?
22 in favour. And those against? And any abstentions? 6 abstentions. So it has been adopted. Thank you. As I mentioned in my introduction, I am using my discretion to move item 4D to the end of the agenda. So we now turn to agenda item 4E on page 147 of the agenda. Recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Open Spaces, Food Justice and Community Development, appointment to Conservators of the River Cam. I understand we have 2 nominations for these 2 vacant places, Councillors Hogg and Councillor Swift. Does Councillor Collish wish to introduce this item?
Again, only formally, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any debate? Excellent. Councillor Collish, you have a right to reply if you wish.
What do we think, everyone? Shall I say no? I think I'll say no. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 5 minutes? No, I don't think so.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, no need.
I will now go to the vote. Please can I see those in favour of the nominations, Councillors Hoke and Swift? Right. 27, and any against? You'll be shamed if you are. No. So I've now been duly appointed. Now we move on to item 5, oral questions, which will last 30 minutes. Is that correct? Yep. And then what I'll do, I will take a break after oral questions, because I think we all need a break, and the break will be 30 minutes. Okay, oral questions. No oral questions, must be.
In one, please.
Thank you, Mayor. In the year 2021-22, a number of the full-duty homeless acceptance was 101. The contrast was with a figure of 56 in 2021 and 90 in 1920. The lower figure in 2021 may be accounted for by the evictions during COVID restrictions. In 21-22, the number of new lettings to people on the housing needs register was 507, and this contrasts with a figure of 534 in 2021 and 541 in 1920. In 3 months, April to June 22, the Housing Advice Team received 302 inquiries from people needing housing advice. And in that 3-month period, the most common reason to contact housing advice was that a private sector tenancy was due to end. The second most common reason for people contacting housing advice was that they were living with a family member or a friend and were being asked to leave. These have been the 2 most common causes of homelessness for several years. Of those presenting... Do I carry on?
You've got 30 seconds left.
Yeah. Sorry. Those presenting in this period become a private let was coming to an end, and the most common reason cited was that the landlord wished to sell the property. There are indications that an increasing number of private landlords are selling up, and we are monitoring this to see whether it is just a blip or a growing trend. Of the 302 households presenting for advice, 244 were advice-only cases for first presentation, meaning
Thank you, Councillor Bird. I have to be fair to everybody. I don't want to be shown to be in favour of anybody. So, Councillor Holloway, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I'm really pleased that It Takes a City has already secured crossways for next winter as well, and that's been confirmed that's going to be open to help homeless and people in rough sleepers in the city, working with Cambridge City Council and also with a number of other partners. So could you give some details on what other support is going to be available, particularly for homeless people in rough sleepers this winter, because it's likely that there's going to be increased need and there are a lot of people in the city who are going to really need our help.
Just to remind you, Councillor Bird, it's 2 minutes in response. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing our best for the homeless, as you know, and we've both had a meeting. It Takes the City and Crossways, haven't we? So we're working with them as well. And I know the officers are looking at what the problems could happen over the winter months, because we're worried people will become homeless because they can't afford to pay their mortgages and so or their rent. So we've got to watch this very, very carefully. So officers are on it, and also Winter Comfort and Jimmy's will also, I would say, be looking into it as well. It's going to be a terrible winter and we've got to be prepared. Hope that helps.
Councillor Bird. Councillor Bennett.
You chair, please.
Yes, you may start.
In preparing my response to your question, Councillor Bennett, I reread the final report of the Water Crisis Forum that we had held in 2019. It was a cross-party, cross-boundary event which allowed local councillors to ask questions of representatives from Cambridge Water, and also the Environment Agency, Cam Valley Forum and others. It also involved local groups and school children. At the forum, we learned how drought plans were activated, how there was increased monitoring across all sites, increased water efficiency communications, and meetings with the National Drought Group. The responsibility of the water company is to provide, remains in times of drought, and the plan is based on supplying consumer demand. So even if a drought is acknowledged, as it was in 2019 and also now in 22, the water company's obligations is still to supply customers with water, although with regard to the environment. They also said at that time, we also have a duty not to cause panic amongst the public by activating too soon. So where on the scale bar of action by the water company, permitted by regulation or legislation, are we? I don't know, and I'd like to know, as part of evidence gathering and knowledge on our water supply. The City Council is not in a position to insist on the implementation of measures undertaken by the water undertaker. However, in response to your question, I will undertake to prepare and run a second water crisis forum. This will allow some cross-party elected members to question the water company about how further conservation measures can be made, including a temporary use ban.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Councillor Bennett, have you a supplementary?
I may. It's a very short question. We were asked to bring this question by the Friends of Coldham's Brook, a wonderful volunteer group. And the reason they asked us to take this question is the low levels of water in Coldham's Brook. We've been asked to go out to examine the water levels ourselves, and we'd welcome any other councillors who'd like to come with us to see for themselves the dire state of this particular chalk stream. So my question, finally getting to it, is will you come with us, Councillor Thornborough?
I went to look at the water levels back in 2019 with Cam Valley Forum, FECRA and the Wild Trout Trust, and I have been keeping my eye on water levels around Cambridge and outside Cambridge as well. I'm really pleased about some of the projects for restoring the chalk streams that we've got, but the water needs to run. So I'm very pleased to walk around the chalk streams whenever there is an invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough, for your precise and concise reply. Councillor Garthwaite-Wood.
Question 3.
Councillor Collis.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is an important issue for people in North Cambridge. They feel strongly about it, and rightly so. So there have been real issues for GLL in terms of staffing the pool, which has meant they're unable to run the swimming, school swimming and lesson programmes. Successive recruitment rounds have failed to come good. I think it's also worth noting that our local MP commented on the national shortage of swimming teachers in the Commons, and he got a rather indifferent reply. Maybe they had other things on their mind when he asked the question. I am pleased to be able to report that there's been some major progress though recently.
Officers had a meeting with GLL on Tuesday of this week with the following outcomes. So we're hoping to get some opening times over the summer holidays, probably for general sessions, with a view to lessons starting again in September. GLL will have engineers at the pool all next week to start filling the pool to test out all the equipment, like the pumps and the air plant, just to make sure that it all works and we don't need to order any parts. We don't want to get to September and have to do that. So essentially, so far so good. And it looks like we're on track for a partial reopening over the summer and then reopening for classes in September. Thank you.
Is there supplementary?
No supplementary, thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Question 4, please.
I share Councillor Lee's concern, and as an architect with many years' experience trying to shape the built environment, I share his pain. This should be avoidable. Recently, with the support of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority and Connecting Cambridgeshire programme, the Shared Planning Service has begun a project seeking to proactively engage with the 5G rollout programme in Cambridgeshire to enable earlier dialogue and hopefully a reduction in avoidable planning appeals. We expect to be in a position to report on the programme further in the coming months and to explore how, within the parameters of the existing permitted development regime, early local input into the process might be increased. Councillor Lee, I will, as a matter of urgency, write to the appropriate minister. Once I know who the appropriate minister is, and the current farce around the government of this country has resolved itself. Ideally, of course, that minister would be appointed by Prime Minister Starmer after a general election, but I fear that we will have to suffer some more months of this incompetent and failing Tory administration. Nevertheless, I will write to whichever non-entity has been propelled from the backbenches by Prime Minister Sunak or Truss.
Is there a supplementary?
Yes. Thank you for that very excellent answer, Katie. I didn't add it on the original question, but if you could also write to the company, that would be very helpful. The supplementary question is, however, given that the planning officers are so overworked with, I dare say, each and every one of us receiving lots of casework related to planning, often complaining about how long the process takes, would the Executive Councillor tell us what is being done to recruit and retain more planning officers? Thank you.
Well, we are undertaking a service review. So, the excellent Director of Building Control, Heather Jones, is very much involved with that process. So she has spoken to all of the planners and really assessed their skills and ambitions. And what we're trying to, one of the things we're doing is looking into bringing more administration and technical assistance so that they can spend as much time possible doing planning. But we're also looking at triaging the planning applications as they come in, so the really simple ones can be sort of fast-tracked, and then incomplete ones sent back, and the more complicated ones will have more time. And we're also financing dealing with the backlog, which is happening. So there is a shortage of planners in this country. Some of them who lived here have gone back to Europe or abroad. So really making the best of the skills of the ones we've got and retaining them is important. So we're also bringing in some apprentices and working them through, and that's been very successful in building control. I think that's so. One thing we monitor the comments by, and we ask for feedback from people dealing with the planning service, and complaints have remained steady, and some good comments have been increasing. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Councillor Sarah Bajan.
Yes, question 5 to the Executive Councillor, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Our total figures for Ukraine people in the city are 372 as of the 20th of July, broken down by the visa scheme below. Homes for Ukraine visa scheme, 357 guests have arrived in this city. 230 host households are supporting their resettlement in Cambridge City. We're currently expecting up to 531 guests over the course of the scheme. Family visa scheme, currently 15 people have arrived on the family visa scheme. From housing perspective, 21 houses homelessness requires inquiries received, 13 active homeless applications and 12 are in temporary accommodation. Of the 21 inquiries, 6 are from the Homes for Ukraine, 15 are from Ukraine Family Scheme, and there are currently 3 households in our designated Ukraine accommodation at Crossways. One is pending a rematch to South Cambs, one is temporary accommodation listed as above, and one pending host's return from holiday. There is a concern around homelessness and temporary accommodation pressures. We continue to welcome a number of new guests each week, around 10, on the Homes for Ukraine scheme, which reduces the number of potential hosts available for rematching when current host duration comes to an end. Starting in October, we have guests finishing with their existing homes, and that will be looking at to rematch or provide housing should the extension not be available.
Thank you, Councillor Bird.
Sorry.
Councillor Bajan, have you got a supplementary?
No supplementary, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nessinger.
Question 6, please.
You okay for me to answer that, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. So this is an issue that spans several portfolios, in fact, and as such, I'm going to answer on the initial question as my portfolio includes nature reserves. The application has been considered by our Streets and Open Spaces team as one of the statutory consultees, and so that's the capacity in which I'm speaking. Councillor Thornborough has kindly agreed to answer on any specific planning-related issues. All of us, myself, Councillor Thornborough on planning, Councillor Moore as our lead on biodiversity, Councillor Sweeney and Councillor Holloway as your fellow ward councillors, are all fully aware of the development and its potential impact. I've been in touch, in fact, with the Friends of Paradise Nature Reserve back in the spring, and again as recently as this week. I hear how passionate they and other people are about the space. Quite right too. It's a beautiful space and really crucial to our city's biodiversity. They're absolutely right to raise concerns, and we've heard those concerns loud and clear. One of the first things I did on becoming an executive councillor was to walk around all of the city's local nature reserves. Some of them I knew well, some of them I didn't, and having taken responsibility for them, I wanted to understand them better. I think the best way of doing that is to go and look for yourself. I did have a meeting arranged with the Friends earlier in the year. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it on the day, but while I was there, I did take the opportunity to go and have a more thorough look around. So yes, I have visited on several occasions, and yes, I have considered the impact. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Supplementary?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Is that still echoing? It sounds terrible. Tell me if it sounds too awful. I would be, I'm very interested that she says she's fully aware of the potential impacts, because I think one of my concerns is that I'm not sure that the potential impact has been really sufficiently examined by the current proposals. in particular the impact of the potential loss of trees and the impact of new building on that site on water flowing into the Paradise Reserve from the site. My own view is that that impact hasn't yet been sufficiently assessed. So I'm intrigued to see that she thinks that it has been. I'm just interested in that word. I understand that you're aware of the application and the sensitivity of the site and the crucial nature of the Paradise Reserve in terms of biodiversity and for the flood protection of our city and all of those impacts. I would just like to know whether she does think that the impact has been assessed enough, because I'm not sure that I do.
Thank you very much. I should add that work on that is still ongoing. I've had an answer from our tree team this evening. I literally arrived just before the meeting, so I'm happy to forward that information to you. Our ecology officer has scrutinised the ecology surveys, and I know that he's asked for example, further bat surveys to be done between July and October prior to determination and in line with best practice. This is to establish the potential impacts on bat species foraging along the boundary of the nature reserve. Thank you.
Apologies for the pronunciation. Councillor Divkovic.
And question 7, please, to the leader. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I just check you can hear me?
Yes.
Great. And also before I start, can I just apologise for not being here in person? I'm feeling unwell, but I didn't want to not be available at all. So I hope that you can all hear me fine through this. So I will now start. So Councillor Divkovic, thank you. As you might imagine, there are quite a lot of things that I would personally want to say to and about the Tory leadership candidates, especially that shuffling the people at the top isn't going to solve the issue that the government has created for this country. And like Councillor Thornborough, I look forward to a Prime Minister Starmer as soon as possible. But in the short term, they will be our Prime Minister. And so, firstly, I think we'll all agree we want them to take decisive and effective action to deal with the huge issues we're facing: the cost of living crisis, the climate and biodiversity emergencies, the impact of their disastrous Brexit, a pandemic that hasn't gone away. And so many people locally are doing so much planning to mitigate the crises we face, but it's the government that has to act, and the Prime Minister needs to show real hands-on leadership, be present, and whatever they put in place, they need to be clear that they are not above the rules that their government has set. And they need to value and listen to local government. As mentioned earlier, we are still waiting to be compensated properly for the additional work we undertook during COVID, and that is on top of years of chronic underfunding. Local councils do amazing work. We need proper funding. And there should be proper central government funding too for a decent pay settlement for council workers who have worked tirelessly and selflessly through the pandemic and beyond. And they must talk to us. Don't just talk to the Tory councils. Put the politics to one side and talk to communities and councils. I think I have 17 seconds left, Mr. Mayor, with one sentence to go.
Sorry, your timing's wrong. So we've got the stop clock here. So you might get a response in the supplementary. Supplementary?
No supplementary, thank you.
Sorry, there is no supplementary.
That's fine. I'll have a discussion with you about my iPhone at some other point, but thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will respect your call.
Councillor Copley.
Question 8.
Fine.
Councillor Rosie Moore and I have been discussing overheating and retrofitting recently, so this is a timely question. The Council recognises that in addition to reducing carbon emissions, it is equally important to ensure that Cambridge adopts adapts to the impacts of climate crisis, including increased hot summers and overheating, water shortages and droughts and flood events. Overheating in homes is a nationwide issue and needs action and significant funding by the government to address it fully. Building regulations now require an assessment of the level of overheating risk in all new homes. However, no national regulations have been developed for existing homes, although this is something that the government's independent advisory body, the Committee on Climate Change, are calling for. In new council homes, overheating is considered as part of the design work and is included in the planning application. This includes low voltage mechanical ventilation, which provides cool, fresh air, using Passive House Toolkit for all new schemes, which enables an assessment of energy consumption, overheating and comfort in homes, and has resulted in schemes designed to mitigate overheating through the orientation, and reviewing how effective measures are with post-occupancy valuation. That's really important. For existing building, the Council is taking forward significant work to improve the energy efficiency, including using national government funding to support improvements for private owners and investing in a programme of improvements to the council homes. Some of this work will contribute to climate resilience, but we recognise the need to take more steps. Thanks.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough, for your answer. Yes, I think we all think along very similar lines that the climate crisis is linked to issues which could be really helped by retrofitting, improving homes, getting them up to better standards. Similarly to previous discussions we had, the biggest concern for me isn't the new homes which are being built to a far higher standard than the majority of homes in Cambridge. It's a lot of the homes that currently exist. So there are different groups of people that could positively contribute to that. For example, homeowners who have saved up money, as you mentioned earlier, who might be keen to invest in their properties, potentially people who have and are landlords to improve their own homes. So I ask the council to be really clear about the communication of that the climate crisis will bring us higher and higher extreme temperatures, which will become more and more common. And so using all the tools and people and facilities available to retrofit the entirety of the city as much as possible, as quickly as possible, is the best thing we can do, both to reduce the contribution to the climate crisis and to make us resilient to it. So I'd ask the council, to be very, very clear about that messaging.
Yes, another thing we've been trialling after some funding bid to get some training for building control. They've got now 2 building control officers are trained to Passive House standards, and other are trained for retrofitting and conservation work on historic buildings. And so we're encouraging to be more skilled in those areas because we're getting more applications regarding extremely well-built buildings. But we have also purchased some thermal cameras, and we are completing a free trial for residents to come forward and talk to the building control officers about the way to approach retrofitting, what is appropriate for the different building types, what resources they have to put in, what works, what is cheap and efficient and fast, and what's the longer term investment, but maybe slightly less payback. The quick, cheap wins are generally the most effective in reducing bills, but overheating is something that is very important, I think. So we're now thinking about developing getting the results from the trial to see if we can extend that as a new service carried out by building control as a paid-for service for homeowners or landlords to get the advice from people who know what's happening in Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final question of this session to Councillor Herbert.
Question 9, Mayor.
Very much. So there were a number of elements in this year's plan, quite a long list, I can't get through them all. We had the hub at Wesley Church, we had toilets and litter bins on Midsummer Common, additional cleaning on a Sunday morning, and thank you to the operations team actually for their hard work on that, because that is a massive job. Police support for traffic enforcement, a rapid response team to deal with washing down and deep cleaning as needed, and a licensing officer on duty to deal with the supply and sale of alcohol in and around the area. There were also was also involvement from the comms team, because all this was supported by social media messaging. The footbridge at the Fort St George was closed, and there was additional policing in the area. A few figures for you. Council team spent 169 working hours on litter collection in those 4 days. Cost came to £9,246. That cost is recovered from the Showman's Guild. There's an additional fee also recoverable for waste disposal. I'm afraid I don't yet have that complete figure, but I'm happy to follow that up. Despite the extensive clean-up operation, we have had several reports, including coverage of poor old Ziggy's paw, about broken glass still being on the common. We sent out extra teams. Obviously, it's a large area, and without specific locations, it is hard to know where all the glass is, but we are continuing to respond to those reports as they come in. And I do just want to quickly finish by saying that we remain committed to supporting the fair and to working with the GRT community and local residents to work out what next year's fair will be and how it will run, and to make it the best it can be. Thank you.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mayor. So, like the Executive Council, I really welcome the return of the fair, and also that it provided much more solidity to the visit by so many people from the GRT community. I also, like the Executive Councillor, pay tribute to all of the different people, including the police and all sorts of people who contributed, along with the self-management by the fair operators. I do hope that further lessons will be learned. On the narrow issue of cleansing, there was nothing provided on the first day, and on site there wasn't any evident recycling or waste. And I'm sure that that contributed to extra work for our staff. And just generally, I just think that, and I welcome also as a West Chesterton resident, but also on behalf of the councillors there, that closure, because there had been unfortunate incidents in the recent years. So, yeah, I just ask that, in addition to thanking the staff and those that organised and had a good plan, that we continue to learn from this year, and that hopefully we'll have bins and plans right from the beginning next year.
Thank you. And I'd just like to add, I don't know if the council... Oh. Right,
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to quickly say about the bins on the first day. We did raise that with the Showman's Guild, and we did recommend that. We will continue to recommend that for next year, and I think we will argue very strongly for that to be put in place, because I think you're right. I think it potentially did escalate costs where they didn't need to be quite so high. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'd just like to point out, as the Mayor, I was invited on Thursday for the special needs children to help out. And I don't know if people are aware what an amazing job that the fair people do for these children. It was absolutely astonishing the way they put themselves out to make sure these kids get a chance to have enjoyment. And when you see the range of special needs from autism to disabled, the fair people were excellent. I don't know whether as a council we write to thank them or I should write to thank them, but yeah, I'll write to thank them. But if you've never, I mean, they're always looking for people to help on the Thursdays. So again, I would encourage anybody next year, if you're free on the Thursday, to go and help. It's unbelievable. So thank you for that. And I have a bit of discretion again to say, all your questions, we love it to bits. But as we're talking about transformation, I'd like to point out when we go back to our groups, in this day and age, when we have mobile phones, emails, so people can be quoted quite easily for leaflets about what's being said. Do we need to spend 30 minutes questioning each other in the council chamber? And this is just a thought to go back to say, you know, you can email the executive councillor, they can give you a reply, you know what the question was. We talk about trying to make the council quicker, more efficient. Just a thought to go back with, because I know it's been mentioned in years gone by, but what we say is this is the way we've always done it. So thank you for your forbearance. It's now 8:05. We'll return at 8:25. Thank you very much, members. have up to 10 between them. The proposer and seconder of the amendment also have up to 10 minutes between them. All other contributions are up to 3 minutes per councillor. I now call on Councillor Collis to speak to the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'm speaking on behalf of Councillor Robertson, who's unwell and therefore unable to be with us in the chamber this evening. I'm also speaking on behalf of my dog, Old Man River, he's called. He is, as you could say, not the biggest fan of fireworks. During this year's May ball season, when we could hear college fireworks all the way up in King's Hedges, I suddenly found myself with a lap full of elderly, terrified greyhound. And greyhounds aren't designed to sit on laps. He wasn't very comfortable. The first year I had him, when the fireworks started, he did 3 circuits of Turpin, Walker and Nicholson Courts in the dark before he eventually came back. And he was, joking aside, absolutely shaking. I want to take a quick straw poll in the chamber. How many of us, if you stick your hands up, how many of us are pet owners? Okay. And put your hands down. How many of us have pets that are terrified of fireworks? Can abstain, that's fine. So, thank you. I mean, I think that makes the point. Even one traumatised pet is too many, and I think our pets deserve better. This is a composite of 2 RSPCA motions, which we've been urged, I think lots of us here, by local residents to support. It's a composite which calls on council to recognise the effects on animals of certain human activity and to act to prevent any such harms. I should say that this motion is not anti-fireworks. We know how much events like the council's display mean to residents in Cambridge. What this motion is doing, however, is presenting a challenge to manufacturers to provide attractive displays that the community can enjoy, just minus the noisy bits that cause such huge distress to pets. Advertising events widely in advance will help pet owners to plan and to take avoiding action. Raising public awareness through a campaign will help others understand the impacts. I think if you haven't seen it firsthand, you may just not get quite how distressing fireworks can be for animals. Encouraging local stockists to opt for quieter fireworks will help minimise that distress. You don't see pets being given away as prizes at any of Cambridge's visiting fun fairs these days, so no goldfishes in plastic bags, which is good, it's quite right too. We have an existing policy banning this, as well as preventing the use of wild animals in any circuses based on city council land. However, pets still could appear in events organised by others, as raffle prizes, for example, and, you know, it doesn't feel right. The value of our motion here, I think, is in raising awareness and bringing the attention of the public to the welfare issues involved, and sending out a clear message could also deter others from awarding pets as prizes. They aren't prizes, they aren't commodities, they're animals. There is lots that we are already doing as a council, and Councillor Porrer and I had a very brief chat about the amendment. We aren't supporting it, but the only reason we're not supporting it in point E is because this work is already undertaken by the council and by our events team, who I know are always willing to share their expert knowledge. While the investigation, partnership working and exchange of knowledge that the amendment calls for is undoubtedly of huge value, we don't need to call for it here because it already exists. The motion overall, I think, sends out a really strong message, and it's an important one with which I suspect we all sympathise. Both elements of the motion call for much stronger action at national government level, which is essential to finding the long-term solution that we, and most importantly, animals need. We can't keep putting our pets and other animals through this trauma, which is why I urge Council to support our motion unamended. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dryden, I understand you are to second the motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right? And you've got 5 minutes 30. Yeah, 5 minutes 36 seconds.
Thank you. Well, as seconder, I'm pleased to support this motion, but I don't want to be seen as a killjoy with the fireworks, because it's not the organised events I'm worried about so much, but it's the receiving more and more complaints about fireworks being let off all the year round, at all times of day and night. And residents with pets know the times of the year when organised firework displays are going to take place. But the unregulated letting off of fireworks, which are the main concerns for all the pet owners that are in Cambridge. Although, being laws going back 147 years on with fireworks, there's a Section 80 of the Explosive Acts of 1875, which prohibits anyone for throwing or setting off fireworks in a highway or street, a thoroughfare, or a public place. Anywhere, a public place is anywhere other than someone's own back garden. People caught buying or using fireworks illegally can face a £90 on-the-spot fine from the police, which could go as high as £5,000 for the worst offenders. There are strict laws also around purchasing fireworks and the times you can set them off. If deemed serious, you could also be imprisoned for up to 6 months for selling or using fireworks illegally. Neighbours' bonfire or firework display is likely to be hazardous to your health and unreasonably interfere with enjoyment of your property, then you can report them to the local environment health team. The local authority may then investigate and serve an abatement notice where appropriate. So, the laws are there, they just need to be enforced when needed and when possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dryden. Councillor Poorer has given notice of an amendment which is on page 11 of the information pack, and I understand Councillor Nessinger is your seconder. You have 10 minutes between you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Mayor, I should say, apologies. Been in too many committees this week. I hope that our amendment is received in the spirit that it's intended. This is a good motion, and I've been looking into this area myself, particularly around fireworks, so it's very timely. And I thank Councillor Robertson, I hope he gets well soon, and Councillor Collis for speaking on this motion and for putting it to us tonight. My ward, after all, is home to so many of the May balls and various big fireworks displays from the City Council and others, and these use fireworks, and I have been considering both how we could improve our carbon footprint but also reduce the noise that is so damaging to pets. I don't have a dog, but I do have guinea pigs, so I do keep them indoors on those nights, and they're quite prone to heart attacks, guinea pigs, so you never know. I'm always cautious. So the reason I added this part into the motion is because, probably like lots of us, we watched the Queen's Jubilee, various New Year displays, and things like the light-up drones, which are electric, are fantastic, and in effect can replicate a firework without the noise, which I think is a real benefit, particularly when we're having late-night displays, which we often do with the May ball season. I think it just makes it quieter, but still gives us the same benefit. I do agree, though, that at the moment our bonfire night at Midsummer Common is the best place for us to use fireworks, which will be plastic-free after our unanimous motion, because I think if we don't do this, the risk is that we have loads of little events, as Councillor Dryden referred to, around the city, which is far worse for pets and people, and probably the carbon footprint. And you could certainly see that happening when we didn't have the big bonfire. I do think, though, that drone-based fireworks and other silent fireworks are something we definitely should investigate. I would urge Councillor Collis and Councillor Dryden to consider going against your whip for once and perhaps supporting this amendment. I do understand we're already doing it, but we are already doing it with pets as prizes. We've already banned that, yet that's still in the motion. And the reason I wanted to put it in is because it kind of sends a message out to our stakeholders that this is something that, as a council, we unanimously agree on. So it was genuinely a good intention of the motion. It's not to wreck yours. It was merely to add something in And I think particularly where we're working with stakeholders such as Cambridge University and the colleges, knowing that we all support this would be helpful. We are supportive of your motion as it stands, but again, I would urge you possibly to consider this amendment, which is submitted in good faith. And I really appreciate the fact we're looking into it, but I didn't know that. And I think we need to let our community know that we're all wanting to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Would Councillor Nessinger like to speak now or reserve their right? Reserve the right. Is there any debate? So, would you like to speak now, Councillor Nessinger?
Speak now. I will speak now, and it may be slightly shorter as I was expecting to say more things than I've written. So I'm happy to support the broad thrust of this debate, of this motion, not only on behalf of my pet, who I think is actually not all that disturbed by fireworks, but on behalf of many people in our city who live with young children or people with dementia who are also frequently disturbed by fireworks. Having moved to Cambridge over 15 years ago with 3 young children, I vividly remember being woken up night after night during May week by the college fireworks. And in summers where the weather was particularly hot, this was often extremely frustrating and painful because it had taken me hours to get the children off to sleep, and then they were woken up again and took hours to go off to sleep again. I was aware then how privileged I was to be living in this beautiful city near the colleges, and I accepted it as that fireworks have to be noisy, but actually that's not the case. And it was really interesting this new year to be going to a firework display organised by my brother with quiet fireworks, which were just as beautiful and just as much fun and wouldn't have woken up any of the neighbours. And it was a really, really interesting experience to discover that actually the very loud sounds that many fireworks make are absolutely not necessary to the display. And I think when we're talking about the May Ball fireworks in particular, actually, if you're very close, you can hardly hear the fireworks anyway due to the incredibly loud music that they play with the displays these days. Whereas actually, if you're further away, the sounds of the fireworks are still incredibly loud and very unpredictable and very disturbing for those who don't know what it is and aren't awake anyway. So I do think that this is something that actually in this city in particular is important for us to think about. It is quite different when you have fireworks late at night in the summer from conventional firework displays in November, which actually tend to happen at 7 o'clock. There is still a need to warn people and let them know, but actually late at night is different. And that's why I'm quite disappointed that the amendment isn't being supported. I am glad to hear you're thinking about those things, but I think working closely with the university and the colleges is something that the council could be doing perhaps more of. It's good to know that you're willing to share your expertise, but maybe it would be worth doing a little bit more than being willing to share it. And it's a shame that you're not willing to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Collis has the right to reply, 3 minutes maximum.
Thank you. I should add, I am not a pyrotechnician. It's not my expertise, it's the events team. So I absolutely, Councillor accept the spirit of the amendment, of Councillor Porter's amendment, and I do accept completely that was submitted in good faith. I think broadly, on the principle of the motion and on the noise issue, which I think is key for a lot of people here, I agree that we need to lead by example. I agree that it would be useful to publicise what we're doing to the community. I will certainly follow that up. And I agree, that restricting noise seems to be, the preferred option for people. When fireworks are being set off in market, I really don't think we need to be hearing them in East Chesterton or King's Hedges. That's, yeah, but distance-wise. So I think this is a positive step forward as a motion, and I would urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collis. I will now go to the vote on the amendment. Please can I see those in favour? 8 in favour. Those against?
against.
19 against. Abstentions? So I'll now go to the amendment has failed. I'll now go to the motion as originally shown. So all those in favour of the motion?
So that's 20.
Unanimous 27. Thank you. Now we move on to agenda item 6B. The BBC Luke East motion. The mover and seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. I now call on Councillor Payne to speak to the motion. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Mr Mayor, it's Councillor Nethsinger again.
Would you like to speak now? Reserve your right. Right. Councillor Anna Smith has given a notice of an amendment which is on page 13 of the information pack. I understand Councillor Holloway is to propose the amendment and Councillor Davey is to second. You have 10 minutes between you.
Do I not need to move it first?
Yes.
I will then, if that's okay with you. Speak now, Mr Mayor?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I will. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So, as many of you will know, BBC Look East is the news broadcaster currently covering news from Norfolk, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, Northern Buckinghamshire, and most of Northamptonshire. And actually, they have been doing so since the 5th of October 1959, making it the longest running regional news broadcast in the country. A great deal has changed in that time. So when the news broadcaster first began, they ran just one 3-minute broadcast every day, compared to now, and of course the news is available 24 hours a day on Sky Digital. In 1997, BBC Look East made the decision to start broadcasting 2 different versions of this programme, one of which was based in Norwich, with news focusing on that part of the region, and the other in Cambridge. But as many members will have seen, it was sadly announced on the 26th of May that the BBC wanted to end the Cambridge programme and merge into the Norwich-based broadcast so that news would be broadcasted solely from the Norwich office. This is one of a number of BBC proposals to digitalise local services. And unfortunately in this case, and the reason we've brought this motion today is that for us the word digitalise in this instance seems to simply mean reduce. For us, this is a problem for 3 key reasons. So first of all, it's a reduction to news provision to the East of England. In terms of numbers of people, the East of England has had the highest population growth of all of the English regions, and Cambridge actually recently overtook Norwich's population increase since the 2021 census. It's also geographically far more central to the region than Norwich is. Secondly, Cambridge is a key city within the region due to the levels of economic growth and academic and scientific research, which make huge changes on the international stage. Therefore, news items emerging from Cambridge have significance across the region and indeed across the world. And finally, Cambridge, as we're all aware, has a very complex local democracy with a whole number of different layers of local government, which mean that for residents, finding their way through that and ensuring transparency and accountability of local politicians is a huge challenge. So for all of these reasons, for us, this is not a time for reducing news provision and scrutiny from Cambridge. It's a time for maintaining it, or even better, providing more of that. As a city council, of course, we can't tell the BBC what to do, and we can't tell the Conservative government how to act, sadly, but however, we can certainly raise the concern, and therefore I do think it's worth joining other councils across the region in writing to the Director General of the BBC to oppose the cuts, and also seeking amongst ourselves, amongst our partner councils, to see how we might collaborate further to ensure that news items pertinent to Cambridge are shared across the area. We welcome the spirit of the Labour amendment that Councillor Smith has presented and her very friendly overtones in that. We don't object at all to the message within the amendment, so we are planning to accept it. We very much agree with what has been said. We felt that we couldn't quite agree to composite because for us the 2 motions, the Councillor Smith amendment was quite different to our original motion, which was about BBC Look East on a very local level where we have
some powers at least there to influence. I think Councillor Smith is looking to also raise the national picture around that, which we agree with. The reason I couldn't see the two motions merging together is that for us the national picture should be raised by our national politicians, and it's not the role of the council to fill a national void there. That could be provided by Cambridge's MP. However, we are very happy to accept the amendment, and we hope it will be supported across the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So Councillor Nessinger was the seconder, yes, is that correct? Do you want to speak now? Reserve your right. Reserve your right. So Councillor Smith has given notice of amendment, which is on page 13, and I understand Councillor Holloway is to propose the amendment and Councillor David is to second. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Councillor Payne, for bringing forward this very important motion, and thank you for your speech. I completely agree with what you've just said. And thank you to Councillor Smith for her amendment. I'm sorry she can't be here today. Wish her a speedy recovery. We wanted to add a section on the BBC News channel, as you mentioned, and changes to that or a merger with BBC World News would also potentially be a huge loss to our local and national political landscape and would mean that some of the issues that we have here in Cambridge or in other local areas could get pushed down the agenda in favour of news from elsewhere. But overall, I agree wholeheartedly with the substance of the motion put forward by Councillor Payne. I think it's vital that all of us as politicians show our support for local journalism and our support for the role it plays in scrutinising and supporting our own decision making. As politicians, we welcome that scrutiny as it helps to inform and involve residents and it helps us to make better decisions. Despite its clear value to local communities, local journalism has been cut and cut in recent years. Just today, we heard that NewsQuest intends to close 5 papers across East Anglia: the Felixstowe Extra, the Cambs Times, the Diss Mercury, the Thetford and Wotton Times, and the West Suffolk Mercury. The proposed cutting of Look East operations in Cambridge is the latest in a long line of blows to local reporting and to local democracy. Television is a vital medium for residents to engage with local politics, and essential services such as BBC Look East and the BBC News Channel deserve the government's full support. Make no mistakes, these cuts would significantly reduce coverage of major issues affecting Cambridge and the surrounding area. At a time of so many urgent crises, as Councillor Payne alluded to, scrutiny of democratic processes is more important than ever. As things get bad, certain politicians, particularly at the national level, will try to hide from scrutiny and to subvert those democratic processes. And as they do, is it any wonder that residents get turned off politics, that they feel they can't make a difference? It's our duty as politicians to do the opposite, to welcome scrutiny, to invite and inspire resident engagement wherever possible, and to support those who provide essential information about the work we do and who often shine a light on our failings. For these reasons, we call on the BBC and on the government to support local journalism and to oppose these brutal cuts to local, regional and national political coverage. I therefore support, sort of support what was said initially, but also the amendment. And I ask my colleagues to support this amendment to send a clear message of our support for BBC Look East, the BBC News Channel, and for local journalism. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Councillor Davey like to speak now or reserve their right?
I'll very briefly speak now, if that's okay, Mr.
That's
Mayor.
fine.
Bearing in mind Councillor Payne's generous acceptance of the amendment, it seems bizarre to do any lengthy speech making other than to formally propose the amendment and to thank her for accepting that the national context should be included within the process. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any debate? Councillor Copley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say briefly that I strongly support the motion and the amendment, and to echo what Councillor Payne and others had said about the real difficulty with residents understanding what different democratic institutions and bodies, how decisions are made, where funding is. is going on. They don't read council agendas, look at scrutiny committees. They may read newsletters that local councillors send out, but they may not be regular enough for the kind of urgent decisions that need to be made. So that's where local journalism is kind of an extremely essential part of our democracy. And for people to be able to have their voices heard, they need to know what decisions are being made, how they might affect them, and who to speak to let that happen. Just to echo my position that I am extremely disappointed to see the loss of BBC Look East in Cambridge, and merging it with Norwich is likely to reduce the ability of remaining journalists to cover stories in Cambridge with the attention they deserve. And Cambridge is a city of major change over the last, well, for a long time, but particularly recently. And that's only looking likely to continue in the next few years, number of consultations we have coming up. So I'm very happy to support the motion and the amendment.
Thank you. Yes, just checking. Councillor Nessinger, you have the right to reply.
I need to reply, but I will speak. Oh, Councillor Collis, did you want to speak? So I think there is universal agreement in this room that the closure of the BBC office in Cambridge is incredibly disappointing. The area covered by the East is enormous, as I know only too well, having had to represent most of it for a short time when I was an MEP. The region is very large and very varied, and reducing the local nature of coverage does a disservice to the whole region and not just to Cambridge. At a time when trusted sources of information are ever more important and there is more and more misinformation and disinformation around, and a time also when local newspapers are under increasing pressure and there are fewer and fewer of them, the local news and local reporting provided by the BBC is crucial in providing that type of trusted local information. I fear that the cuts being made to that service make it significantly less local, and as it becomes less local, it will seem less relevant and fewer people will engage with it. That is a major problem for the whole of our region, for this city, but the whole region, and in fact for the democracy of our country in many ways. News from Cromer is bound to feel less relevant to people in Cambridge and vice versa. And the danger is of falling numbers watching BBC programmes. I can't help wondering whether that was part of the government's intention. I also support the amendment for the reasons already proposed, but also because the reduction of BBC News from two channels to one not only reduces the amount of coverage for this country, but it also reduces significantly the amount of world coverage. And in some ways, I think I'm even more concerned about that. I think as our country is becoming ever more internally focused and feels more and more cut off from our neighbours and from the rest of the world, this just seems like such a bad step for the BBC to be making. I understand the constraints which they're operating under, but I think there are other choices that could have been made. So thank you for the motion.
Thank you, and I have to apologise. Councillor Smith did indicate she wanted to speak. So, Councillor Smith, apologies that I didn't pick you up in time. Over to you.
Thank you, and I will be super brief. I'm not even going to bother starting my timer. I want to say thank you to Cameron for stepping in today at the last minute to propose that with a terrific maiden speech. Well done. And I just wanted to say this, for local politicians, you know, particularly when you start, media can feel really daunting. But it's daunting because it asks us difficult questions. And that is absolutely essential for local democracy. And we should always embrace it. We should always encourage it. I'm really proud that it sounds like today, as a council, as a whole council, we will show our support for that powerful local democracy in action through effective journalism. So as leader, I want to be really clear that I support local journalism, that I support real critique of what we do, and the ability for everybody to ask those and hear the answers to those difficult questions. So thank you for everyone for proposing and seconding these motions. And I do ask everyone, let's make this a unanimous vote and show our support. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have the right of reply from Councillor Holloway and Councillor Payne. Oh, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and apologies to Councillor Nethsinger. I didn't mean to even attempt to put you off your stride like that. I should just say that agree with the point I think it was Councillor Payne made about the national picture. I think our MP actually has raised that in the House of Commons. And I have spoken to him about this, and I know he will continue to do so. I think he shares all of our concern. Someone made the point about this being, you know, I think it was Councillor Nethsinger, about this being a really large region and it being difficult to make news relevant across that. I was speaking to a colleague who's a councillor in Norwich today, and they think the decision is just as bizarre and retrograde as we all do. They can't, you know, they can't understand it either. People have talked about the importance of this for our scrutiny of our decision making, for democracy, and also particularly for resident engagement, which I think is a really key point here. We're making, as a council, a lot of commitments about transparency and about improving and enhancing our communication with residents. And at a time when we're doing that work and working to engage with residents more closely on what's happening in their city, a step like this just seems so retrograde and daft. So, like others, I hope we can all support this unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now go to the rights of reply. Councillor Payne and Councillor Holloway, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take it given the agreement across the chamber. I think there's no to say anymore, but thank you everyone for your warm support, and it's nice to see us united on this, and let's hope that they listen to us. Thank you.
Absolutely agree with that. No reply from me, thanks.
I will now go to the vote on the amendment, please. Can I see those in favour? Unanimous. 28 in favour. Those against? If it's unanimous, should be naught. And if it's unanimous, abstentions would be naught. So the motion is amended, is carried, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Agenda item 6. Councillor Howard, you have indicated that you wish to withdraw motion 6C under Council Procedure Rule 27. Withdrawal of motion. A motion or amendment may be withdrawn by the mover with the consent of his...
I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor, just for the sake of protocol, don't we also need to vote on the motion as amended? We've just voted for the amendment, not the rest of it.
Thank you very much. Can we vote on the motion as amended? All those in favour? (28) again. All those against? No again. And abstentions? Naught again. Everybody happy now that we've got it correct? Thank you. So going back to agenda item 6C, Councillor Howard, you have indicated you wish to withdraw motion 6C on the Council Procedure Rule 27. Withdrawal procedure for 27. A motion or amendment may be withdrawn by the mover with the consent of his or seconder and of the Council, which shall be signified without discussion, and no member may speak upon it after the mover has asked for permission for its withdrawal, unless such permission shall have been refused. As the motion is not moved, the motion fails. But I have agreed that Councillor Bennett can have 2 minutes just to explain why we've reached this position. So, Councillor Bennett, you will have 2 minutes, and then the bell will ring after 1 minute 30.
Thank you, Chair. This is still a motion that we think is important and we believe in, but under council rules, we can't bring a motion on the same subject back within 6 months. And with this particular motion, it's extremely likely that we might want to do so. As you know, we have a government that's more interested in protecting its own jobs and actually running the country. And important work like the white paper on private renters has been allowed to drop. So I promise you that we will return, we'll bring back this motion. And in order to not lose momentum, I understand Jane Wilson will be organising a discussion group across party, and it will not be limited to housing scrutiny councillors, and open to all councillors, bearing in mind the strength of interest, particularly among the generation rent councillors in this room, who are not housing scrutiny councillors. And I will now shut up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. We now move on to agenda item 6D, Rivers Safe Swimming and Sewage motion to the Council. The mover and seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. I now call on Councillor Copley to speak to the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There's been a lot of news about sewage in the River Cam recently, and it really is a scandal of epic proportions. To give some background, a report last Thursday from the Environment Agency, which Councillor Bick has mentioned in his amendment, revealed that water companies as a whole are completely disregarding their legal obligations in relation to sewage discharge. And the Environment Agency has even gone so far as to advocate prison sentences for executives of water companies. Anglia Water was among the worst. It was rated with only 2 stars, meaning it requires significant improvement. Water companies are allowed to dump sewage during periods of high rainfall, but the number of these incidents has increased massively over the last few years. Regarding so-called serious pollution incidents reported by the Environment Agency, Anglian Water is the absolute worst, causing 14 serious pollution incidents. Anglian Water was also one of the worst companies for water leakage compared to forecast water leakage. Nationally, water companies made 2.8 billion in profit last year, but their infrastructure is completely inadequate to deal with sewage and other forms of wastewater. Anglian Water made 392 million in profits last year and dumped sewage into rivers for over 1,600 hours, which averages out to 4.6 hours per day for the whole year. Cam Valley Forum have done studies which show that the small sewage treatment works run by Anglian Water in the catchment of the Cam are the greatest source of faecal pathogens found in the River Cam. And this represents a serious health risk. One of our greatest achievements as a society in public health was successfully separating human faeces from water, particularly drinking water. And we now take that for granted, but it's prevented cholera, typhoid, and many other bacterial and viral diseases that killed millions previously. The ingestion of bacteria from human faeces is a really risky event should it occur. And a recent report by the UK Chief Medical Officer, Chris Whitty, Ofwat Chair Johnson Cox and Environment Agency Chair Emma Boyd identified raw sewage entering rivers as a major public health issue and stated explicitly that sewage overflows into rivers is completely unacceptable. They called on water companies to do more and also identified that even treated sewage contains bacteria and viruses from human faeces. And they urge companies to put in place measures such as treatment with ultraviolet light to stop this happening. In terms of who is responsible, the same 3 people, Chris Whitty, Johnson Cox and Emma Boyd, spelt it out really clearly in their very recent report. They said responsibility rests squarely with the water companies and their directors. In and around Cambridge, as I said, the main sources of pollution are the small village sewage works, which are often totally unloaded and no longer fit for purpose, and they failed to prevent sewage pollution of the Cam, Ree and Grant rivers upstream and downstream of Cambridge. Anglian Water have made no plans to urgently address the immediate and unacceptable situation, and they even admit themselves that their system is not fit for purpose. They say, We agree that storm overflows are no longer fit for purpose, especially as our climate is changing and extreme weather is more commonplace. So this motion would therefore resolve Council to firstly recognise the impact of sewage on rivers and streams, to engage in the Environment Agency water management planning exercise and advocate for improvements to existing treatment works in Cambridgeshire, to organise a public meeting to discuss sewage discharges, its impacts on the city and priorities for action, inviting the Chief Executive of Anglian Water, plus senior representatives from the Environment Agency and Natural England in South Cambridgeshire, which Councillor Katie Thornborough has very kindly expressed her enthusiasm to lead, and to ask for detailed information about the impact of sewage discharges into the Cam catchment. I would also like to state now my support for Councillor Bick's amendment, which includes that reference that I mentioned earlier, which was published since the motion deadline, and refers to legal targets, refers to moving towards legal targets to result in zero discharges, and sewage tax on discharges to lead to improvements in infrastructure, and the criminal liability for company directors that I mentioned. So I ask the Chamber to support both the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Copley. I understand Councillor Howard is to second the motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right? And you've got 5 minutes.
I'll reserve my right, please.
Councillor Bick has given notice of an amendment which is on page 15 of the information pack. I understand Councillor Thornborough is to second the amendment, and you have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Bick.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is an important motion which we welcome, and it's on a very important subject. What has been going on largely with impunity is nothing short of an outrage. Public trust has been abused. This is another area where climate change adaptation and investment should be a priority in the interests of health. So the water companies, in particular, our local one, Anglia Water, needs to shape up. I feel the motion as submitted would benefit from consideration of the wider context, and this amendment attempts to provide some of that. We should, of course, seek a productive relationship with Anglia Water locally, but we should be acutely aware of the siren words of the Chair of the Environment Agency, which Councillor Copley has mentioned, in its annual report on the environmental performance of the water and sewage companies, which happens to have been published just last week. The Chair is reporting on a bleak year in the sector, with the number of serious pollution incidents the highest since 2013, and few performance indicators suggesting any of the improvement that was already badly needed against a worsening picture of climate conditions. Anglia Water was demoted to a 2-star rating, calling for serious improvement. The Chair summarises, the performance of England's 9 water and sewerage companies was the worst we had seen for years. So what is her message about this? Here are 3, I think, representative quotes. Members can judge for themselves from her forward. The first, the water companies will only stop behaving like this if they are forced to. Investors should no longer see England's water monopolies as a one-way bet. And thirdly, the water companies are behaving like this for a simple reason: they can. Sewerage companies operate as regulated monopolies, yet they are demonstrating that the regulation and their accountability is simply not strong enough. While their environmental performance gets worse, their directors in the sector are paying themselves huge bonuses, £27 million over the past 2 years, the same period where there were on average 1,000 sewage discharges across the country each day. It's perfectly clear that any accountability for the environment is just a fringe issue when it comes to how they regard their own success. This really isn't good enough. So alongside local engagement, I'm suggesting that with this amendment, that the council raises its voice on the travesty of a regulatory system that seems to enable water companies not to give our environment the priority it should have. We need to see not only public pressure, but legally enforceable targets for improvement, which have been resisted recently by the government and by Conservative MPs in recent votes in the House of Commons. And we need to see the full force of the tax and criminal justice system unleashed in a way that brings home to the company directors and their investors that a complete transformation is needed in the way they set their priorities. I would encourage, Mr. Mayor, members across the chamber not only to support this amendment, but to support this motion so that we can make a unanimous statement as a council on this important subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beck. Would Councillor Thornborough like to speak now or reserve their right? And you'd have just over 5 minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to speak now, but I understand as the relevant exec, I have a right to reply before the vote and before Councillor Copley.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so there are some things that are very important to understand and talk about, and sewage is one of these. It is, of course, a fundamental part of how we live, and the history of the development of our sewage systems is fascinating. There are simple composting systems for individual or low use, small sewage systems in rural areas, and large systems for cities. Each needs to be right for the situation and the future, and maintained to the right standards for public and environmental health, but the system has failed. It is therefore right that we call for the increased accountability and liability for those responsible for the sewage discharge, and therefore we support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Councillor Herbert?
Thank you. I want to make basically 3 points, and in the process welcome both the motion and the amendment. One of the points that hasn't been made is the right of people to swim, and to swim in rivers and to swim in lakes in Britain. And during lockdown, it was the only place that people like me could swim. But would I swim in the Cam now? No. And it's just a testament that we're just living in a city with a water supply that, in terms of the river, that is just inadequate. And if you actually look at the low level, and I don't know what the performance has been of Anglian Water and others during the summer, but there's virtually no water in that system. And so the toxicity of any additions at this time of year will literally kill a lot of the life that's in there. So first of all, I just think, and Cam Valley Forum have mentioned this, that there should be a right to swim in the river, and it should be clean enough to swim. And if it isn't clean enough to swim for humans, then I pity the fish. My second point is, in terms of public health, it does have direct parallels with the appalling delays that happened in the 19th century. We are, and it's Abbey Ward that has it, the possessor of the only potentially working 19th century waste treatment and waste water pumping station in the world as a combination. And that took over 30 years to achieve. And during that period, hundreds of Cambridge people died. And so I do add to the tributes that were paid by Councillor Copley to those campaigners that really have fought this for over a decade and sometimes a lot longer. So Fergal Sharkey and others were raising this not just sort of 5 years ago, but 15 years ago. And I guess we should all take a little bit of a knockback because we were just not really aware what was happening. So my third point is accountability. So those of us that listen to the parliamentary debate know how the Tories were behaving. They were evading any responsibility. And as with all of the water issues and habitat issues, they have stripped the Environment Agency of resources, and it actually calls out for local accountability. So I think overall, the water companies and those that are involved in impacting on the environment there should actually be accountable to the local accountability, because only then can we sort out habitat, water supply, reduce abstraction, and sort out the River Cam and its tributaries.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Lee?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that, again, to echo the health benefits, at a time when we are trying to encourage people to live healthy and active lifestyles, swimming and kayaking on the river has a lot of benefits. And in particular, I want to focus on swimming, which is especially beneficial to people with reduced mobility, elderly people, diabetics, and it also, wild swimming has a lot of positive effects on people's mental well-being. So at a time of a cost of living crisis where swimming in the river is free and available to everyone, it's especially disgusting that this is actually impinged on by executives with an eye on profits, just so they can dump fecal matter into the river and stop people swimming. It seems very Victorian, to be honest. So I welcome this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make three very small points, if I may, in relation to this motion. Earlier today, or this evening, of a very long evening, we actually mentioned, a mention was made of the chalk streams. So I want to come back to this issue of the lack of water. I want to also talk about dirty water, and I want to refer to the criminalisation of the conduct in relation to this. First, on the lack of water. One of the problems with the lack of water is what we are doing in terms of putting down concrete and clay that covers up the earth, and therefore the water, sorry, this is actually about flooding, the water has nowhere to go, and therefore it comes into streams which flood. The other side of it, this all, is of course that there's no water in some parts of the country, and that the chalk streams are actually suffering. So we've got this contradiction that in some respects we've got too much water, and in some respects we've got too little water. On the issue of the dirty water, take a car wash situation. What happens there is that the car wash goes into one tank and clean water goes into another, but we don't know where the dirty water from the car wash is going, because the problem is that sometimes things are being recycled, but the recycled material is ending up precisely where it shouldn't. We know that's happening with recycled material that's ending up in landfill. And the final point I want to make is about this issue of criminalisation, which I agree is absolutely crucial. The International Criminal Court has said that CEOs should be able to be prosecuted through the International Criminal Court where their action or lack of action ends up in international ravages of the environment. But the problem here too is that when we criminalise, we have to make sure that the criminal law is actually affected properly. We know that with corporate manslaughter, there have been very few prosecutions for corporate manslaughter, although the law has been introduced. Therefore, my final point is that we also ought to be looking at the education of the judiciary, the magistracy, and members of council, because unless the magistracy and the judiciary take seriously the need for properly affecting and executing laws that criminalise this sort of conduct, then the use of criminal law won't be effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dryden, you indicated to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, with all the concern showing now on water shortage tonight, I think we should seriously look again at our local plan to build all the thousands and thousands of houses around the area, especially the ones on Marshall's Airport.
Thank you, Councillor Ryden. Anybody else to speak? If not, Councillor Howard, the right to buy. Just check how long you've got, was it? 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor. It's fantastic to see cross-party support for this motion, and I'm very grateful to Councillor Copley and everyone else who's spoken for the contribution. And I'm also a wild swimmer. I have swum in the Cam, I have swum in the Ouse, and I think it's a fantastic thing that everyone should have access to, with the right precautions, of course, in depth and shallowness and swimmability. But absolutely, no one should be forced to swim in anyone else's feces. That should be a no-brainer. And I think we have clear agreement across the chamber about that basic right. So maybe I'll just use the rest of the time to invite you to be a bit more, to think about how we might live. Let's imagine we live in a 42-person village for a second, terrifying as that might be. I'm still wearing my Pride lanyard here, but outside of Pride, I like to think of this as not just about LGBTQI+, but also about the colours across the room and everyone's different perceptions in the country, in the city. And that actually, although we might divide down lines, down colours, and have a good old back and forth and often conflict, there are some things that we can fundamentally agree on. And if we were in that village, just us 42, and there was one person defiling the river, we would take it upon ourselves to strongly and vociferously, not necessarily just punish them, but as Councillor Scott has mentioned, re-educate and show that person where it's gone wrong and how their singular actions are massively affecting the whole well-being of the whole village. And naturally, we live in a much more complicated world than that, where we have outsourced and spread responsibilities among many individuals, so that individual is now a huge corporation with huge numbers of investors. But maybe there is some sort of process in there where, in addition to the criminalised ideas that have been brought forward in the amendment, which I support, but maybe more importantly, we need to go back to getting around the table, like Councillor Copley's original motion points have a demand, and actually have a human-to-human connection with those directors, with those CEOs, maybe even take them to a position, as I hope they've at least been a few times, but take them to a position where they have discharged feces into a river and invite them to swim in it, because I want to continue swimming in it. I hope many other people continue to want to swim in it. And on those grounds, I thank you for the debate and urge you to support the motion as well as the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough, as Executive Councillor, and Councillor Copley have the right to reply 3 minutes each.
Okay. We all know that there has been a failure across this whole region to ensure the right sewage discharge standards are met and every watercourse falls below the legal requirement. No watercourse in East Anglia meets the bathing quality standard. I fully support this amended motion and undertake the resolutions. Earlier in this council meeting, I committed to prepare and running a water crisis forum too. With the commitments of this amended motion, I will organise a public meeting or forum on river pollution and sewage. We might call it Cut the Crap. Councillor Rosie Moore and I have considered the risks that our city faces with the climate and environmental crisis. Now, after the recent 2 days of extreme hot weather, which is clearly part of the climate crisis we are facing, we have decided that these 2 forums should form part of a 6-forum series that address the broader question of how resilient is Cambridge. The series will be cross-party cross-boundary events involving all political parties held once a month from November and covering a wide range of topics. Retrofitting will be included, as I said earlier, and others might be the urban heat sink, infrastructure and roads, flooding and power. The full scope and details of this series will be finalised and announced over the next 2 weeks. I hope that all my fellow councillors will want to be engaged and along with other representatives of other authorities, subject matter experts and of course the wider public. During lockdown, one of the things that kept me together was reading an exciting series of science fiction novels called The Expanse. They described over 9 volumes how humanity might grow and survive in the future. I'm only going to do 6, others may do a few more, but these forums will help describe how Cambridge might survive and thrive in the challenging times ahead. I'm grateful to Councillor Copley and Councillor Beck for bringing and amending this motion, which has given me the opportunity to offer us all a way forward to work together to better understand the most important threat facing humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. You had 5 seconds to go. Councillor Copley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard about a lot of different things during this debate. We've heard about the lack of water running in the CAM, how that's a health problem, how the ecosystem and habitat of the CAM is affected and how people who rely on that is affected. We've also heard about the inadequate sewage systems, which are predominantly the small rural ones out in the distances. In Cambridge, we are faced with a serious ecological, physical limit to development, which is the lack of water. And it is mentioned in the Cambridge local plan that more development can't happen without water, but we are still, as a city, aggressively pursuing and supporting ongoing economic growth of the city. And through doing this, for the last many years, we haven't improved inequality. Inequality has got worse, and we have the outcome that we are Cambridge's most unequal city. So, faced with these biological limits, the fact that inequality is worsening, and also the fact that the best sewage works in the area is the sewage works at Milton, which has been has been improved as recently as 2014, which mean that Anglian Water confirmed there is no operational need to move it. I would just like to finish this debate by pointing out, in the context of the climate emergency and the severe inequality we face as a city, that continuing to support the proposal to demolish our only good sewage works and rebuild it in the Greenbelt in order to free up the land for more housing may not be the right thing from a climate perspective, nor for the least well-off residents in the city, as that site will bring more jobs than it delivers available homes, so it will worsen the housing crisis rather than improve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now go to the vote on the amendment. Please can I see those in favour? Is it? Did you? Yeah, 28. 28. Those against? Any abstentions? And I'll now go to the vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? (28). Those against? And abstentions? Thank you very much. We're doing very well. We're getting through. We're nearly there. The end is in sight. Agenda item 6E. Cost of living emergency motion to the council. The mover and seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. I now call on Councillor Carlin to speak to the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We are all seeing and experiencing the cost of living crisis that is impacting on our residents. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Energy bills have risen for most households by 54%, in line with the price cap being raised more than it ever has before, and another crushing rise in that price cap is expected this coming winter, with bills set to rise by another £400. Meanwhile, the price of fuel continues to skyrocket, with petrol and diesel prices hitting eye-watering sums and the cost to heat homes over winter rapidly leading to choices between heating and eating. This phenomenon isn't unique to utility bills either. Food prices are also rising sharply, with food inflation hitting 4.3% in May this year. Even staple budget items like pasta have risen in price by 50% in the last year ending in April. And cruelly, these prices rising in all directions hit hardest on those who are the least well off, as that group of people spend a higher proportion of income on utility bills and food. Councillor Collis will outline in more detail exactly what that means for our residents' food security in her speech later on. We're far from through this. The worst is yet to come. And instead of putting genuine, effective measures in place, this government has spent the last year scrambling around trying to maintain what's left of its own reputation. They elected to start paying back their pandemic debt, which is much higher than it ever needed to be, thanks to their incompetence and blatant cronyism in how many aspects of the pandemic response were handled, by raising income tax and national insurance contributions in April, at the very peak of this cost of living crisis. And as costs are rising, income is not. Years of austerity have pared public sector salaries to the bone, with real terms pay cuts becoming all too normal and continuing now. Small businesses are struggling to stay afloat, grappling with increasing costs and being forced into choices about whether they pass those onto their consumers in higher prices or their staff in lower wages. In a similar vein, the universities within our own city aren't receiving more income, so we're also having to wrestle with the dreadful choice of whether to pass their growing deficits onto students in increased rents and fewer resources, or again to their staff by failing to raise wages. Unfortunately, we in this room cannot force national government to act. But in the absence of any semblance of leadership from them, it falls to us to step up and do everything we can to protect our residents from the very worst of what is going on. We've already done a great deal. We're providing strong support to the city's food hubs, which Councillor Collis will again outline later. And separately to our work as a council, I want to take this opportunity to thank the 475 volunteers who have, between them, contributed 9,997 hours of their time in the last year to our food hubs. We shouldn't need people to do that, but we do, and we are incredibly grateful. We're working to encourage employers to pay the real living wage, despite the stretch this represents for many, especially for small businesses. And we're setting an example by doing so ourselves as a council. We're also providing a wide range of grants to community organisations that are supporting residents, and we're working to directly reduce bills, retrofitting our council housing stock to cut fuel costs, as well as building new council homes, 540 already having been completed, to improve our provision of affordable rent. All this adds to the support we provide to people struggling to afford living in our city. And in a world where access to the digital landscape is becoming more and more essential for children and young people to properly access education, for everyone that needs it to apply for support, and so on, we are addressing the digital divide, which is impacting the most on people who have the least. Tying into that, we are making directions to the help there is available clear and easy to access online. We are recognising that the cost of living crisis also has broader impacts, for example, in creating health inequalities. People who can't afford to heat their homes and suffer mould and damp as a result are more susceptible to a plethora of health conditions that worsen the downward spiral. But we're tackling this with £179,000 of funding secured for our Heat and Health project, providing targeted support as we work alongside our community and voluntary sector partners. Councillor Bird referred earlier in this meeting to the proactive work we're taking with residents on that front. Having spoken about them, I also want to thank all of those community and voluntary sector partners that work with us so closely on tackling these issues. And additionally, I want to take a moment to thank the Council's officers for all their work on our initiatives and everything else that they are doing that I don't have time to outline in this speech. But despite what we're already doing, we must do more. This motion firmly commits us to consider how future decisions we will make may impact disproportionately upon residents who are struggling the most, through the introduction of a socio-economic duty and the consideration of socio-economic impacts in our equality impact assessments. It also calls on us to improve access to our small grants programme, streamlining and simplifying the process such that local groups that are supporting those struggling can more easily access funding. In that spirit, the motion commits us to keep on taking a partnership-based approach to much of the work we're doing. The cost of living crisis is affecting everyone, and we need to band together to tackle it to the greatest extent we can, harnessing the city's wealth to safeguard those that need it. This motion doesn't leave the national picture out either. We will call on national government to legislate for a right to food and ask them in writing to strengthen the national food strategy, again in partnership with the Food Poverty Alliance. We will keep on championing a real living wage in our city, calling on and working with employers to realise that vision and continuing to set an example as a living wage employer. This motion gives us all an opportunity to demonstrate to our residents that we are on their side and that we are committed to supporting the least well-off in our city in this national backdrop of a horrendous cost of living crisis. I invite everyone here to support this motion and for us all to get back out there and keep doing everything we can to support our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe Councillor Collis is to second the motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I shall reserve my right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any debate? Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be as brief as I can. I can see how hot we all are. One of the experiences I've had last week was to visit the lovely new community centre at Clay Farm and also the slightly older one at the Meadows. And I was very impressed with these facilities. And I thought, at least if people can't heat their houses, they could go and take refuge here and enjoy these warm, well-insulated buildings, perhaps have a cup of tea or get a library book out. And then I thought about my own ward, Abbey, the crumbling church buildings, cold, draughty and unwelcoming, and our community centre, which nearly burnt down last December, as you all know, and has been waiting redevelopment for 10 years. I'm really concerned about my ward's resilience to winter and where people can go to keep warm. I know that we're all working to try and get the community centre rebuilt, but I'm really frightened. And I'll leave you with that. Bye.
Thank you. Councillor Payne?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Carling for bringing this motion, which I think we clearly all agree that the cost of living is an absolute emergency, which I think, in fairness, is at this point starting to affect most people, however well off they are, which begs the question of, for those who are not, it must be absolutely terrible and it's been really acutely felt. And I'm sure we've all seen that in our political and our professional lives as well, people who are really, really struggling. And as Councillor Bennett says, are rightly incredibly frightened. So we completely agree with the principle behind this motion. I think what we would like to take the opportunity to do here is to really urge the ruling group to look at specific actions the council can take. And I think the motion is quite broad in terms of some of its recommendations, which I see the reason for. It could incorporate a number of actions, but looking in particular at the last 4 bullet points of the motion, which set the council to action to start working on bringing new steps forward, we would really encourage within those different staff working groups and with our working together with other agencies and employers to ask the ruling group to finally bring forward a specific plan for retrofitting and insulating our homes as something that's a real priority, not just for the climate crisis, but also for the cost of living. We've talked a lot tonight about the financial reserves of the council, and I think for us it does feel uncomfortable at this time that the council is frantically piling money into its reserves when that funding should actually be spent on our residents, with just over £90 million sitting in underspends in the housing revenue account, and the number of council housing complaints on the rise due to a lack of maintenance. Actually, to sit along this motion, again, that feels uncomfortable. So I'd really urge the ruling group to start looking at where they can spend their funding on the people who deserve it, which is our residents. When we brought the budget setting report to this council last year, we, on this side of the chamber, raised the concern about the budgeting for inflation in terms of how it affects this council, which is a complex area as the rise of inflation is skyrocketing. And so far, it also seems there is no plan to address how we actually budget for inflation. And I think what we would really like to see, to be reassured that those costs won't affect the council's most vulnerable residents the most, is to look at an inequalities impact assessment of how we make good that funding, so that where we take that from isn't from the places where it will hit the most poor residents the most severely. So we completely accept this motion. I raise these points not to try and be critical to disagree with it, but I think you've left some of the points here open to do a great number of things, and for us they would be the areas where we'd really like to see the ruling group taking action, but we thank you for bringing it forward and the focus we're sure you will give to those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Any, Councillor David?
Yeah, very brief point I'd like to make is I understand Councillor Bennett's fear and concerns for Abbey. I think I hope will be reassured by the work that we've undertaken with our colleagues from the County Council to try and ensure that the project at East Barmore goes forward in an effective way and efficiently and quickly, bearing in mind the delays that have been involved in this project for now well over 10 years. And as a resident in Abbey, as I know you are aware, the most unequal ward in the most unequal city, it's vital we take these steps. And as I say, I hope you'll be reassured by the fact that City Council is now undertaking to lead this project with the County Council and to make sure that people of Abbey have the appropriate community centre that they thoroughly deserve. Thank you, Councillor Bennet.
Thank you, Councillor David. And I'll just add a few words. I was invited by one of my charities, Cambridge Aid, to go to their trustee meeting the other night. And it really is an eye-opener when you see those applications going in for these people. People who can't afford the blazers because the children are moving up to secondary school and they can't afford the badges to go on the blazers. People who can't afford a cooker, so they have to rely on takeaways or microwave meals. So this is a real emergency, and it's only going to get worse. And like I say, to sit in on that meeting and see these people again, these unsung heroes who do their best to transform these people who have no other way of doing it. And on your chairs tonight, you'll have found a leaflet from Cambridge Aid. And again, I would ask you, I know we all have our charities, but this year, if you could, it would make a massive difference to that organisation. So thank you for bringing this motion and again, making us aware that this city is the most unequal city. And if we can change that in the 12 months time in the chair, what a big thing that's going to be. And each one of us can make a small step towards it. Thank you. Councillor Healy and Councillor Carlin have the right to reply 3 minutes. Councillor Healy. Councillor Collis.
It's me now, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, lovely, thank you. How long do I have, Mr. Mayor? Out for 10 minutes?
Four minutes 36.
Oh, let's give it a go then. People coming each week to Cambridge's food hubs are worried. They're worried about how they're going to manage in the coming months as energy and food bills continue to rise and the cost of living crisis gathers pace. And people are frightened as well. They're too frightened to put their ovens on to cook the food that is donated each week. There were 21,210 visits to the food hubs last year, and that number is going to go up. The unknown, the big unknown, is by how much. The Food Foundation has published data showing that in April of this year, 4.7 million adults in the UK were food insecure. 1 million adults reported that they or someone in their household had to go a day without eating because they were unable to either afford or access food. The start of the pandemic saw a 57% jump in the proportion of households cutting back on food or missing meals in just 3 months. And the long-term impact on children in those households is potentially catastrophic. If you're hungry, you can't thrive and you can't learn. You can just about exist. What is happening with food prices is, in the words of the Governor of the Bank of England, apocalyptic. Now, rising energy bills, inflation and fuel costs are pushing even more households into food insecurity, and we are faced with a national government that has consistently failed to act. The National Food Strategy, published almost exactly a year ago, doesn't go far enough. It needs to properly recognise the growing gap between rich and poor and the long-term impacts of this inequality. It needs to guarantee a right to food, and it needs a bit of urgency about it. We will continue as a council to support our residents. I don't think there's any question about that. But councils like ours and volunteers like the ones that have been mentioned can only do so much, and we can only go so far. A food system that is built on temporary support for those in need and does nothing to help people out of food insecurity or to prevent them from becoming food insecure in the first place is a failed system, and that, I'm afraid, is the system that we have at the moment. There is a lot of will to help in Cambridge. We had a fantastic food justice conference back in May. But the government cannot keep relying on the voluntary sector to plug the gaps. This has to be backed up by a system that is fairer, that listens to people, and that gives them back the dignity that the slow drip, drip, drip of 12 years of austerity and now the impact of a cost of living crisis has stripped away from them. We all know that if we don't keep on pushing, the government does nothing. Extension of free school meals, food parcels, we've had to fight for every single concession from them, every step of the way. So I urge you to support this motion. Let's meet the challenge head on. Let's join the growing list of right to food cities, and let's make sure that this winter, no child in Cambridge has to worry about where their next meal is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins, and apologies for cutting you off. Now we've got the Executive Councillor Healy and Councillor Carlin have the right to reply 3 minutes.
So thank you very much. And I know we don't always agree in here on everything, but I think we can all agree on the urgency and severity of this escalating cost of living crisis and the need for us to act to address it. And I know that our Labour councillors in particular, it's been something that they've wanted top of the list in terms of the things that we are focusing on at the moment. Whilst clearly those on the very lowest incomes will be most affected by this, as they spend a higher proportion of their daily incomes on basics like food and fuel, this is actually something that's going to affect each and every one of us in our city. And we also need to recognise that this is entirely the national government who are responsible for this, for failing to adequately meet the needs of our residents and safeguarding those at risk of falling through the net. And it's local authorities like ourselves who are having to actually step up and provide the safety net to meet these rising needs of our residents. And that's why we felt it was of such importance that we bring this motion to Council today to declare a cost of living emergency and to set out exactly what we are doing to address this cost of living crisis, and crucially, how we are thinking ahead in terms of us being proactive as opposed to reactive this winter. And this is about putting a coordinated approach in place where we work across the council in a joined up way to address the cost of living crisis. And some of those things include an officer working group, which has already actually been set up, and that's specifically looking at the cost of living crisis with officers from right across the council. We've also set up, just last week, a cost of living page, so it's a one-stop shop on the council website where residents can find out details of all the supports that are available. And we also have a comms programme associated, so we're going to be having a 4-page spread in Cambridge Matters, which will specifically be outlining all the things and supports that are available in terms of the cost of living, and a roadshow is planned as well. So that's to make sure that everyone, all of our residents are aware of everything that's actually in place to address it. And as part of this, we're also thinking about our decision making as a council and ensuring that we are not disproportionately impacting on our most vulnerable in our decision making through considering the socio-economic impact specifically. And another key aspect of our plans is about working collaboratively, which is at the heart of our approach. And I'd like to in particular pay tribute to the community and voluntary sector. Initiatives such as our health and fuel inequalities programme, which we're rolling out this winter, is about working with the community to develop solutions to tackling the crisis. And I'd also like to thank our officers and really pay tribute to them. They were very nimble in the way they worked during the pandemic and reacting.
Councillor Healy.
2 seconds, just 2 seconds.
Be very quick.
Reacting responsively during the pandemic, and you know they really have stepped up, and they'll be doing the same on the cost of living crisis. So I just want to finish by reiterating this is our top priority, and we're committed to doing everything possible within our powers to support our residents through these difficult times.
Thank you. Councillor Carlin.
Thank you very much to everyone that's spoken in this debate. I'm just going to reply to a few of the points that have been raised. First of all, I completely agree with Councillor Bennett's point about warm community centres. The idea of warm rooms is something I think we should all be looking at. You know, warmth hubs is an idea that's been floated. And I know in West Chesterton, we're looking at the feasibility of doing that with libraries and other areas. It's a brilliant way we can help out directly, and thank you for raising it. On Councillor Payne's points, I would say that, I think most of the points in the motion are very clear and specific. I think you referred to the last 4 bullet points. The first of those talks about considering socioeconomic impacts in all our quality impact assessments, which is, a really concrete thing that we can do. I mentioned that in my initial speech, and Councillor Healy's just raised it as well. We fully intend to take specific actions under all the points this motion raises. The updates that have been given in various parts of the meeting today have outlined some examples of those too, I think. For example, earlier on, Councillor Gilderdale responded to a public question about what we're doing specifically to champion the living wage amongst employers. In that case, the universities colleges towards college supervisors. And I would just close by thanking everyone for the broad consensus of support we've had for this in the room today. I think it reflects so well on us as a council that we are all united in being committed to addressing this cost of living crisis. Thank you.
I'll now go to the vote on the motion. Please can I see those in favour?
Unanimous?
28.
Exactly.
Yep. 28 for. I have to go through the roll call. Any against? And abstentions? Motion is carried. The last motion, agenda item 6F, waste reduction and recycling rates motion to the council. The mover and seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. I now call on Councillor Bick to speak to the motion.
Mayor, referring to the...
Excuse me, Councillor Bick, can I just ask your seconder? Yeah, you're happy with the seconder? Yeah.
Assuming I get to choose.
Very popular, seems to have a few
It's
hands
the
going up. Right. Councillor, okay, yeah. Sorry to interrupt, okay, carry on.
Yeah, okay. We could have a vote on that too. Mr. Mayor, referring to the publication of the Council's annual performance report this week, I was so pleased to see that the leader said that she was pleased that the Council was able to be transparent about everything it achieved, as well as those things which didn't go so well. That was a quote from her. I'm very happy to recognise what has gone right, and her approach to this certainly makes it easier to do so. Officers have worked very hard over the past year, and I would like to add my thanks to hers for that. But it's important we don't lose track of the purpose of transparency. If it's there to enable people to ask the question why and to learn from it for the future, whether it's good or whether it's less good. So I don't make any apology for picking out the figures included in the report which relate to recycling. The measures were presumably chosen by officers and the executive because of their importance as directional indicators of what we're trying to achieve as a council. Sadly, those indicators look like they have moved in the wrong direction. Instead of increasing, Materials collected for dry recycling declined as a proportion of total collected material last year over the year before, and the year before was also a COVID year, by a noticeable degree of 2.4 percentage points, which is not small in these matters. And this also sat below the rates of the 2 previous years by well over 1 percentage point. Similarly, the percentage that has been collected as black bin waste has successively increased over the past 4 years. I think it was hoped that this metric would reflect a movement in the other direction, or why measure it? I know that the factors at play in these numbers are complex. Some may even be beneficial, though that would need careful analysis. It is precisely for that reason that they require some examination. That wasn't possible in the Strategy and Resources Scrutiny Committee, where the report first went. It's arguably not as good place as the Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee, and it's certainly not possible to probe them in a body like this full council. The other reason this is important is that what we're trying to do behind the numbers is of high priority to all of us on this council. Recycling rates are perhaps amongst the oldest measurement of what a council like ours can achieve in environmental terms. The numbers do suggest, on the face of it, a falling back. Actually, don't just need to question that. We need to see a progressive movement in the other direction. This council has been united about the idea of movement towards a zero waste city and about maximising the recycling of whatever can't be eliminated or reduced at source or composted or reused. So the wider context also needs to be examined here. I think we see this as a key thread in the fight against climate change and the use of resources. The more critical for us because it is uniquely relevant to one of our primary responsibilities as a local authority, whereas there are many things about climate change that we can have compelling views on, but much less influence over. Public scrutiny, rather than just officer assurances, is particularly important on this matter, because we're talking about something which is built on the mass behaviour of our residents. By their thousands, they participate in the time-consuming and sometimes messy separation of their waste to assist a cause, and it's important they see us continuing to provide leadership for the community at large. There is a natural interest in relating personal behaviour to aggregate behaviour across the city, and a sharing of a sense of mission, which is progressing rather than regressing. A degree of meaningful, informed public discussion would assist this. If there is something we can do more or less of that would turn these figures round, then we should consider what it would take. We may need to ask ourselves if we need to restore the original sense of purpose, even excitement about recycling. But we first would need to question and understand what we're looking at. Members will notice that this motion and this speech are not cast as a political attack. There is no reason for a defensive response. It is a constructive request for scrutiny about a matter of shared importance, based not on my or anyone else's opinion, but the Council's own corporate performance indicators. We all want both recycling and residual waste to be moving in the right directions. Scrutiny is the logical corollary of transparency. There is no point in one without the other. If the Council is serious about the value of scrutiny, it will support the request to look into this jointly and see what positive we can make of it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hook, you have 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Do you want to reserve your right or?
I'll
reserve my right. Thank you.
I need to notify the council that we will exceed 10:30, which is our normal time to finish. So we have to ask the question, do you want to continue or do you want to come back? Yeah. Continue? Okay. Councillor, Councillor Herbert has given notice of an amendment, which is on page 25 of the information pack. I understand Councillor Pounds is to second the amendment. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Herbert.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't mean to be divisive, Councillor Bitt, but if you were a JP and I was in the dock, I would be very worried that you'd already made your mind up. So I would ask you, Councillor Bitt, whether or not you've actually talked to officers and tried to understand the last 2 years of the struggle to actually operate a recycling and waste service during the pandemic. And also, given that you've given so much weight on years during the pandemic, have you sought to understand some of the factors that were at play in whether or not people were as good at recycling during those years as they were in earlier periods, and whether their behaviour was altered? So, where do I start? Well, I actually started in the 1980s, Councillor Vic, when you were a councillor in Warwickshire, and I spent several years making it my fundamental aim to re-establish recycling in London. And then I came to Cambridge, and I was the first county council recycling officer in the 1990s. So I've looked at a lot of waste and recycling data in my time. So without belabouring it, because it is, as the Mayor has said, close to the 10:30 time. Number one, we do definitely benefit from scrutiny, and we do welcome the principle, if not the negativity that your speech contained. So the principle of a good scrutiny in environment, after Councillor Bitt, listening to the officers explaining exactly how they see it, because we pay them good money and they do and have done a really good job. So I'm not going to make a list of excuses, but we have not been able to engage with the public. We've not been able to use some of the methods like putting tags on bins simply because our staff have had to work so hard to keep the system going. If you look at the stats and you look at, say, the stats for the first pandemic year, and these were dreadful years for a service trying to keep it going up to full standard. We kept the blue bin service going at all times. We kept it going despite the fact that we had a high sickness rate and that we've also had a side issue which also applied to the discussion about housing, which has severely affected the crew. So at the moment, I understand there are about 20 staff short, despite huge efforts. And even this week, through those 40-degree days, with an undersupply of people because some of the agency staff decided it was too hot, we've been able to keep that going. So, first of all, recycling can be an aim in itself, but it isn't the only issue. The actual issue that would need to be untangled, including on the black bin waste, is that we believe that we've actually achieved a fall. Now, the data will need to be examined in hard fact, because even the Office of National Statistics couldn't get Cambridge's population right, Mr. Mayor, for a period of 10 years. So one of the reasons why it came as such a surprise to some people that the population had grown was that a lot of official data, which has been used and also applied to recycling data, was completely wrong. So we do have a professional team, and it is right that the committee looks at it, but you just have to look at the data harder. The blue bin recycling actually went up in the first year of the pandemic, from my recollection, and then it went down. Now, I'm not a pandemic analyst, but I do know that we need to look harder at these issues. I would like the recycling figure to go up. I would also not like us to be forced, as government wants us to have a separate food waste collection. One Councillor Harrison, despite my entreaties, kept a separate series of lorries going around this city for 5 years, from 2004 to 2009, simply to collect plastic separately, which is more like a collection of fresh air than plastic. So we also just have to look at the overall climate change impacts of the whole service. Personally, I would actually change the green waste collection service and get people composting from home, because we are putting a huge amount of energy and lorry movements into some of that, which is unnecessary. So I would hope, if we are looking at it, Councillor Bick, we look also at the whole climate change and emissions envelope at the same time. And that we also do some work with South Cambs to see if we can actually use more of that material more locally, rather than putting it in boxes and sending it to China. So there is a lot of issues here, and I do think it would benefit. We have got some very good base data there, and I think that it should start there with a full and open, fully listened to in a balanced way, without prejudging, from an excellent officer team. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Councillor Pounds like to speak now or reserve their right? You would have 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 10 seconds.
I reserve my right, please.
Is there any debate? Right. Councillor Copley?
Mr. Mayor. I've noted the statistics in Councillor Herbert's motion. I tried to cross-check them, look up, try and learn a bit more about it myself. We've discussed it at a previous meeting. It's very difficult receiving new information without much background information. So I heard very late today from the waste officer providing data that matched what Councillor Herbert's motion said. The 2019/19 should read 2018/19. So Councillor Herbert's taken the 2018 year starting April 2018, and the current one, and identified a drop. Just to run you through the total waste, this is black bin plus blue bin plus green bin, all combined for each year, was average per household per year 901 kilograms 4 years ago, 859 3 years ago, then went up to 897 2 years ago, then went down to 879 last year. So, 2 years ago and 4 years ago was very, very similar figures. I would question if this is a downward trend of total waste. I agree with Councillor Bick's comment that this isn't the right place to kind of assess this kind of data, but I don't support the kind of the conclusion that's an overall reduction, because it was last year almost identical to 4 years ago. So in terms of the percentage recycling versus black bin, that's been shared by Councillor Bick, I would really rather focus on the bigger picture, which is how we transition from a buy, throwaway economy to a reuse economy. And I know that's something a lot of people here care about. So what I want to know is what strategies have we got as the council to try and reduce all waste. So black bin waste, blue bin waste, green bin waste, all of them. And I would really like to know what has been done by other authorities to stop this, what has worked and what we can pick up here. And consumption of goods is a feature of our culture, and the capitalist economy that we're based upon requires extraction and consumption of natural resources far in excess of what the planet can regenerate in 1 year. One metric of what this looks like is working out when the UK's Earth Overshoot Day is. That's how far through a year do you get when your country, if everybody in the world lived like people in your country does, has consumed the whole Earth's year's worth of resources that could be regenerated. And we passed ours in 2022 on May the 19th. So also recently I've noticed there's been an announcement about building the city portrait in the context of donut economics, which advocates moving to a well-being based economy. So I ask that we aspire to transform our approach to waste and bring all of the solutions into play. So I would like the report to come up with ideas of how we can genuinely reduce waste, such as repair cafes. Lots of these things are ongoing anyway, enabling residents to get the skills to grow their own food, setting up home composting, promoting a sharing-based economy such as Library of Things, supporting second-hand furniture shops, clothes repair, and working with partners to reduce the reliance on single-use plastic. So I'd like to see how we can reduce overall waste, what mechanisms we're going to put in place to try and achieve that, and also measure what impact that had so that we can do more of what works and try and stop the huge amount of waste that we are getting, irrespective of whether the trend is slightly up or slightly down. Thank you.
Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I suppose all I'd say is I find these amendments quite depressing at times. I felt this evening on this side we've accepted many amendments, we've taken in good faith things you've put to us. And this amendment is not having a go at you, it's a shared service with South Cambs, which we on this side are in charge of. So this is not a criticism, this is saying, and our portfolio holder in South Cambs is well aware of this and supportive. You know, to me, it doesn't really matter if the waste going down or is perhaps neutral, or maybe going up a bit, it needs to improve. And all we're saying is let's scrutinise it together as a council so we can work with the shared service and all the different portfolio holders and executive councils involved across the two councils. This amendment removes the action. It removes the request to have focused scrutiny and look at how to reverse trends, and now asks the environment community just to look at it, to consider it. So I'm just a bit disappointed, really, because this wasn't moved to make some kind of point, as Councillor Herbert seems to suggest, that you aren't doing it right. It's purely to say we want to work together to make sure we do it better. So I'd urge people to consider that. Thank you.
Councillor Carling.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the figures on the extract that we've been provided, and I'm struggling to see where the sort of idea about a trend is coming from. Because 2018 to 19, the percentage blue bin recycling rate went up, to going forward to 2019 to 20, went up again going to 2020 to 21, and then it only dropped that year going on to 2021 22. That's not a trend, that's an anomalous result. And, you know, I haven't done the maths, but is it statistically significant? You know, it's hard to just see why we're talking about that as a trend. What we need to be focusing on, rather than calling that a situation, is, again, the fact that overall waste weight has gone down by 20 kilograms per household. That is huge. And yes, we need to do better, but we need to be looking at what's caused that and keep it going, quite frankly. So, yeah, support the amendment, please.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
I'd just like to point out the figures in the amendment. If we're talking about statistically significant, they're claiming a reduction in waste from 901.09 kilograms per household to 879.09 kilograms in 2021 to 22, which represents a 4-year drop of 20 kilograms, or 22 kilograms, which is 5.5 kilograms a year, which hardly seems statistically significant. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for the debate before I go to the seconders? No, Councillor Hulk, you've got 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mayor. That should be enough. I think we are all united in our ambition to reduce waste around our city altogether. And we heard in this chamber before that very few items are actually recycled more than once. So obviously waste avoidance is priority number 1. And our vision should be towards a zero waste city. But the waste that cannot be avoided should be recycled in the most efficient manner. We provide our residents with complex instructions on how to separate different parts of household waste, and I often find myself Googling them in my kitchen. And we provide residents with more and more recycling options. For example, last year this council passed a motion to expand the network of electric item recycling points across the city, beyond my ward of Trumpington, which up to then was the only ward with those facilities. And we also banned single-use plastic from council events. But what will our residents think when they hear that the percentage of blue bin recycling is decreasing while black bin waste is increasing? Will they think that their efforts are worth it and that they are rewarded? They will think that some of their efforts are wasted. Our residents will want to play their part if they know what they can do. There may be a explanation for these figures, and maybe it will turn out that Councillor Herbert, Councillor Carlin, previous speakers were right with their analysis. And it's also probably true that this issue will require action from more players than just the City Council, for example, the shared services and the County Council. But if we see a worrying trend like this, or numbers like this, with possibly a worrying interpretation, then we have to step back and analyze the facts. And we must try to do as well as we possibly can. And the Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee is the place to scrutinize these figures, where we, councillors of all parties, can discuss what we as the City Council can do to improve our waste management. And I think we owe this to our residents, and therefore I urge you to support this motion unamended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pounds, you've got 4 minutes, 10 seconds.
I'm happy to second this amendment. I would first of all just like to extend gratitude and thanks to our refuse collectors who did a fantastic job under incredibly difficult circumstances during the last 2 years. I think there may be many valid reasons for the change in the black bin levels as a result of the pandemic, because people's lifestyles were very changed. Nevertheless, our target is to reduce waste, and therefore checking the reasons for this small increase is sensible as a precautionary measure.
Thank you very much. Caught me on the hop then. We now have the right to reply from Councillor Smith and Councillor Beck, and 3 minutes each.
Thank you. And I'm replying tonight because Councillor Moore can't be here. So please bear with me. I want to start by echoing. Oh, by the way, could I just say, stop the timer for a sec? I can't hear you dinging from here, so I don't know when your 30-second bell is. So you might just have to kind of cough at me or something so I hear you. I want to echo what Councillor Pounds has said about thanking our waste crews, both for there have been some of those people that have not been able to lock down at all during the pandemic. They've been out even at the point where there were no vaccines, there were no really kind of effective medications for COVID. They were out there doing these really important jobs, and they've been out there again doing absolutely important jobs in the last couple of days where most of us were kind of in our rooms, all the windows shut, trying to keep the heat out. So thank you to them. And I have to say, I absolutely love being leader of a council where we get stuck into defining statistical significance at 10:30 at night, and I think that's brilliant. Like Councillor Copley, I'm always a fan of measuring impact. It happens to be a professional interest of mine as well as an interest to me as leader. So it's really good to see us getting to grips with these issues. I just wanted to say a couple of things really. Clearly I'm in support of Councillor Herbert's amendment, and I'm very glad to hear his experiences as a professional in this field as well as a councillor. I would say that accepting a good faith amendment doesn't mean we have to agree with the amendment. And I think if we're going to have meaningful discussions, particularly around data issues, we have to accept that those meaningful discussions might mean we disagree with each other. That doesn't mean we're trying to be awkward. It just means we want to get the facts straight and establish those. And that's part of a reasoned debate. The other thing I wanted to do was just take the opportunity to point the chamber to some of the excellent zero waste initiatives which are going on across the council. I was involved as exec councillor with some of the discussions around libraries of things, around improving our recycling and reuse work. There's all the excellent work that's going on with Cambridge Sustainable Food. I could give so many more examples. And I really want to pay credit for that because there is a lot of work going on to reduce waste completely. So I welcome this amendment. I look forward to discussions in the committee. I think they're going to be very powerful discussions. I'm sure people will have lots of questions. Thank you to Councillor Herbert for bringing that amendment and to Councillor Pounds for seconding.
Thank you. You had 30 seconds left. I will now go to the vote on the amendment. Please can I see those in favour? Oh, apologies, Councillor Bick. I had a bit of slippage there, so I'll give you right to reply.
You're learning that meaning of slippage just brilliantly. Thank you very much. So this motion, obviously less welcome than its amendment, although I can't have one without the other, by the way. This motion was to request for the Scrutiny Committee to explore this. It was not a request for Councillor Herbert's angle on this as a means of circumventing and slanting that exploration. His version of the numbers may be much better than anyone else's around the room. With his professional background, I'm sure it will be given due weight. But the fact is, he's not the recycling officer of this council, and he has a political axe to grind, although why, I really do not know. Of course, an overall decline in waste and recycling may be good news, if that is because material is being reduced at source or reused, but that itself is a question that needs to be pursued, and the request in this motion presupposes that the committee would be able to go ahead and ask that. It's been said that, that the whole operation of waste collection during COVID has been a struggle, and that we owe a big debt of gratitude to our staff, and I certainly endorse that. But thanks don't prevent us from asking what we've learned. I think it's a respect to our staff too, that we have them participate in that process of learning, which we and the whole city can benefit from. So I think the data that Councillor Herbert has offered, as we've heard from Councillor Copley, is not quite as clear as perhaps he intended it to be. All the more reason why the question going into scrutiny should be a much more open one, and members should base that on the fact that these were the figures that the council's executive wanted to be judged by. And, you know, I'm assuming that that was a good judgment, but we have to follow through from it, otherwise there's really no importance in these performance indicators. And if we discover that the indicators themselves need to be changed for the future, then perhaps that's what we should do. So I do not support the amendment. I will vote against it because I think it's a wrecking amendment. Many councils would not permit it on the agenda for that reason, and I will decide what I do after that when we've seen the result. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bick, and apologies again. I will now go to the vote on the amendment. Please can I see those in favour?
That's 19.
19, yeah. 19 for. Can I see those against?
Seven again.
7, yeah, agree. 7 against, and abstentions?
2 abstentions.
2 abstentions. So now can I go to a vote on the motion as amended? Those in favour?
So that's 26.
26 in favour. Those against? One against. Abstentions? 2, yeah. So that the motion is carried as amended. Thank you very much for your patience during that and respect shown. Councillor Bird, you're indicating.
Is it all right if we have a 10-minute break?
Yeah, can I just come to that, we've got written questions, and I have to just read something else where it will make it obvious, where it makes a nice break, yeah? Okay. Agenda item 7, written questions. To note the written questions and answers provided. Now we turn to agenda item 4D on pages 133 to 145, recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Finance, Resources, Transformation, Budget for Land Acquisition. Officers have advised that this report should be considered in exempt session. Does Council agree to exclude members of the public from the meeting because the public interest test is outweighed on the grounds that, if they were present, there would be disclosure to them of information defined as exempt from publication by virtue of paragraph 3 of part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972. So can I have those in favour to show, please?
That's 26.
26 agreeing. Those against? None. Abstentions? 2. So by right of that vote now, can we end the live stream? And thank you for those members of the public who were watching tonight. Thank you.